That is the disease.
Yes, but you see,
the politics of privilege.
Yes, we need to learn that from the elders. So for me, what I'm saying is that if the Kabaka was taken up and Obote said this, that means that we have a very peaceful coexistence back in the days. That's why for me, serving the Buganda or being in Buganda and serving the king.
My king.
Yes. Your king.
My king.
Yes.
You have to take ownership.
Yes.
You know? Serving my king.
Which is, yes. So I find that it's a privileged thing to do because maybe we have a king, but the issue says this king was supreme to the rest of the kings. And you have seen that in the Bible. You've seen that in the holy books. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, that said, it means that the narrative given to us was wrong. First of all, in my view.
No, it was self-created by the British in order to rule.
Okay.
For them, there were these four privileged kingdoms, and then these chiefdoms or places like ours. For us, we're a republic.
Yes.
West Nile has always been a republic, first amongst equals. They will sit around the elders' wisdom circle.
Now you are saying privilege. You have started the
but I'm explaining.
Has started, yes.
First amongst equals.
Yes.
When you have republican society like West Nile, they sit around that fire until the morning. The decision comes around 5 in the morning. But we discussed this at 3. Now you bring it now here. Okay, let it pass.
Stephen Adrapi, this brother of yours and everyone from Arua and West Nile, this is a very proud man. But Jaffa, coming back to the show, I think wisdom number 1, you have stated it.
Yeah.
Let those who have the ear to hear it, hear it.
Let's move away from the politics of privilege.
Yes.
But have people being able to sit around a round table, what iPod is supposed to be.
Yes.
Not the privileged, but the ones who would make a decision that moves us forward. Yeah. I think they're sitting today, having their sumbusas.
You see, the thing about that, which we're going to get into it, the iPod situation, is that where are the young people in this thing? Where are we in this thing?
There are caucuses. We need to have caucuses. My most important one is the mothers.
Yes.
The important day is coming.
Yes.
To an African, you talk about a woman, he undermines. But just discuss mother. The way Jaffa's heart softens. Mama, you have to say it the way we do. Mama. Using particular words and having a women's forum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the original Mothers Union.
Yeah.
They're very powerful.
Yeah. And they've always been.
Finca, organizations that drive economies. Finca is massive.
Yeah.
It has brought a reality to microfinance.
Yeah.
Better than any other. All women see it as theirs.
Okay.
And then the youth.
Now,
who feel ostracized.
Yeah, because I don't from the decision and from the discussion being given, I don't see anybody who is like me in my life, in my time, part of this discussion. That's not good for us to go forward. But I want to give credit because we've given credit to the father of the nation, Dr. Milton Obote. We've given credit to the king, and we don't want to give credit to the current president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
But there is something in mind, the rogue
from 1962.
That is our beginning.
Always had a coup d'etat. Every 4 years there was a coup d'etat. So our sense of identity as a country, as a people,
has never materialized
at all. It has never stuck into our mind that we're people. Until the 1980, around there was always a man called Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in the mix. He was a young man. Mr. Byanyema described him otherwise in his book and saying that the first time I saw him when my daughter brought him, was 16 or 9 years old.
16 years old.
He said he was a very manipulative brain, and I asked my daughter, what devil have you brought home?
Ambitious. The word was ambitious.
Yes. But when he said that, but I've understood from my reading and understanding that there was a mistake that Obote was not able to see. Amin tried it. I understand that the foray into Amin becoming the president, he landed by mistake because he was being investigated.
No. That is the wrong notion that people put about Idi Amin. Idi Amin was earmarked in 1964 by the Israelites. As soon as they took him for training, they asked for his people. At the same time, he was training the Anyanyas In South Sudan, he learned about the issue of preparing yourself to take control. They used to call him the helmsman, the reliable helmsman. Haggai el-Amin. Haggai. I'm talking Jewish, the Jews would understand that. But now, they always had 4 people on the list. People always forget my uncle, Onama Felix. He was the most important stalwart on the move to the left for the UPC party. Then we had this Muhima fellow.
Chris Rakasisi?
No. The other one, the one who was supposed to have invented the Ibingira. Grace Ibingira and Kakonge were pro-American. And then Onama and Butele were strongly moved to the.
How did you know this? Because when I was changing, you were
but you keep forgetting that Onama and Amin all ended up in exile. And when they sit and they start to talk with Onama, it's always like this.
So that is the elders' wisdom to
the wisdom is Mose had time. Remember at the end when he was trying to fish and never fishing, but his fishing was actually imparting on new knowledge. So I had my ears got burnt from listening.
And that's a good thing for as a young man.
Rarely, people rarely do that. And today people are like, rubbish. We don't need to hear these silverback stories.
So you see that we have learned that along the way, the one credit we must give to President Yoweri Museveni, because we were told that whereas Mzee Mwalimu Nyerere wanted to take the up against Obote, the Obote, Obote said the Ugandan army is very strong, just a matter of time, it's going to be. But anyway, the war was fought. But there was this one man who saw where the mistake was. And in the return of Obote, it is said that one time Obote appointed Smith upon Achak to be the army chief.
But remember, Smith was a mean soldier.
He
didn't leave the country.
He didn't leave. He died here, I'm told.
I'm saying throughout 71 to 79, he was an officer, a serving officer.
So he appointed him as the army chief of staff because the army was divided, and we're trying to look for where is the issue of 4 years coup d'etat. So, but there was a one man looking into this thing, what I call the wisdom, what I call the witness of change. And that's why I believe that a witness of change.
Then you get a lot of Biarohangas getting serious. Then you get a lot of Biarohangas getting serious. We call them cobras. The red.
But for me, away from that, just from my understanding as a young man, is that is what happened. So where is the credit to him? So we credit the father of the nation for being a futuristic thinker and all this stuff, and we credit the one Amin Dada for being the one who implemented the continuity of some of the plans that was there, and now we credit one man, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for putting the army together so that we can fight. And we have defended our territory to this day, and that's a credit. And since then, he has always remained as a fabric that holds things together. But
can I answer this?
Please go on.
I see him as a Shakespearean Iago.
What does that mean to a young man?
An Iago is somebody who sees monarchists, socialists. Where do I put myself, position myself to enable me to get on the throne? His book reads like a Shakespearean novel. It reads like how do I call it? The Prince. Machiavellian. It's somebody who realizes this man's patriotism will always make him defend the country. Not realizing he's hurting the country. So I liken my father to Othello, and I liken the new father of the nation today to an Iago who smiles and slices, but gets to the objective because he simply said, Amin ruled me for 2 days. We fought Amin. And he did. You know? He's more of a Sabalwanyi. He's a warrior. But it is time to now change the plowshares, the swords into plowshares.
Yeah. But one thing we want to know is that, so anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Edio Killer. It's time for us to take a coffee break, and when we come back, Jaffa Raymond Amin will
I hope you got that point.
Right after this break.
From sword to plowshare.
Yes.
It's time to... We despise, as herdsmen, we despise plowshares.
Yeah.
It's like, who digs? Who's a digger? Huh? But it's time. It's
all right.
the season.
I want you to hold it right there. This is the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Edio Killer, Jaffa Raymond. We're going for a break, and when we come back, we will discuss the last final bit of the show of the topic of today, which is already what we have been discussing. Needless to say,
but give pointers.
Details,
yes, the
the
details.
pointers.
The
Stay
devil's
right
in the details.
Yes. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the coffee break. People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back. This is the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Edio Killer, and in the studio with me is Jaffa Raymond Amin. We are talking about the wisdom that the elders give to the young. I use the word give because the elders have received from their elders when they were young, and they pass it on to the young when their time is up. And that is very important conversation all across the world. Elders must give to the young, they must mentor the young, they must make the young understand where we are going. They must paint the picture of where we are going. The mission is important. The vision is important. From an individual point of view, to a family point of view, to a father-mother point of view, children point of view, community point of view, and the foray into the nation is very important. And that's what we're talking about here on the Elders Wisdom Circle. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first of all welcome Jaffa Raymond Idi Amin Dada back on the show.
Thank you.
He's giving us opportunity to learn so much from you. I would like to say thank you very much, Jaffa.
Yeah.
First of all, my heart of humility goes to you. One, for being one son of a man who likes to hang out with the common person.
But that was my father's indelible character. He was everyday people. Remember our first show? That's how I described him. And Muntu wa bulijjo.
Yes.
He did not have those notions of being a first family. His Excellency. No, for him, he was an ordinary people. And the irony of my autumn of my years is that I'm an ordinary person.
Yeah.
We talked off air about the issue of mistaken sense of entitlement.
Yeah.
I think that's the greatest disease amongst us. And that's the reason I chose this subject of restoring patriotism to our nation.
If you're joining us from anywhere in the world, this discussion is called the Elders Wisdom Circle. It has the elder in the studio. It has the young in the studio. And we want to bring as many young people as possible. They are still scared. You know, when you start a conversation, people are usually scared to come on. But we want to encourage all of you. All across the world, send us your kisses and kisses. I want to see your comments. We want to read your comments out. We want to hear your heart. We want to hear your thought. This will make you understand so many things that you have not been able to understand in your years. Please don't allow the evening of your time to come when you have not understood the things of the morning of your time.
Or bequeathed what you know.
Yes.
The experience transfer.
Exactly. And it's very important.
They're actually inheritances.
Yes, yes.
These are inheritances.
And those are deep inheritances.
My God.
Because that's where it's the foundation upon which we build wealth.
Yeah.
We build understanding.
And continuity.
Leadership and continuity. Yeah. Which is what we call wealth multiplication. People often think that wealth multiplication is just a result of you've created wealth,
or
you've
grabbed
left the
it,
house,
or stole it.
And no, we're saying wealth of knowledge, wisdom, understanding put together is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the Elders Wisdom Circle, of course, and we're going to toss to this as we dive into our last part.
To our mothers.
We always say this to everyone. This is what the elders do with the young. Jaffa, thank you. I want you to put the topic up there for all of us to see. Please put the topic up there. And we want to take you through to what this is about. And this is the last part. We started the discussion already, and we're saying restoring and upholding patriotic values within the nation, within our nation of Uganda.
Our sense of ownership. Sense of ownership.
Please, Ugandans, I want you to read that one more time. The sense of ownership. Please put it
our
up there.
Nation.
Restoring and upholding the patriotic values within our nation. Okay, this is important for every African nation.
Yeah. And which is lacking. In Uganda.
Yes.
It's lacking.
It's lacking. In fact, it's important for every country in the world. Every country. I like what the Americans do. American is going to be we watched a guy being arrested somewhere in Africa, and he started shouting, "I'm an American, I have the Fifth Amendment rights.
I have my rights."
But you are in Africa. You are outside.
It's the law of the jungle.
Yes.
At that moment, it's a decision of a whim.
Yes.
A whim.
Yes.
Somebody just decides.
Yes. But you see what I learned from him when he was shouting, when he said, "I'm an American," it's the sense of the patriotic values placed upon
and the laws that governed.
That when you hear it, you know it. The sense is this. What is that in our country? I want to put the number 10 out there. Please put number 10 up there so that we can see it, because we want to have this conversation when we're seeing the topic, when the topic is going up there, and I want everyone to know that this thing is very important as far as our conversation is concerned. Jaffa, let's break this thing very quickly. Restoring. What do we mean by restoring?
The restoration is, they found us with our cultures. But apparently, if a small nation like Buganda, a super nation amongst the Ugandans, felt they had a 1,000-year culture, they didn't need to mix with others. A sense of nationhood never came. For me, it's a restoration because by 1962, when Pachu, the father of the nation, received the instruments of power, there was a lot of hope. There was a lot of aspirational thought amongst our people that we had finally achieved Uhuru. But then we fell into the trap, which I see today with the MPs. Today they're discussing salaries rather than what they're going to bequeath to their constituencies. We lost track between 62 and 64. No, I am preeminent. What I call the mistaken sense of entitlement. And it was not about making sure every system is in place so that we work together selflessly, not selfishly. We need to restore that sense. If we can have it in a family unit is the perfect example of everyone working for the family. We ought to be able to see this country as a family. This notion is very dear to my heart, and please, we should never confuse it with nationalism. Two forms of nationalism happened. Baganda demanding for their federal, Yafe, that is nationalistic. Mine. Ugandans saying, you Indians, of British origin, go back to England. We have deported you and we have expropriated what was once ours. That is nationalism. It's not patriotism. Patriotism is love of country and working as a unit. But sometimes the patriotic question always comes around. Do we go federal like Nigeria? Because Nigeria is the perfect example of federalism in Africa. We call it decentralization. But restoring would be all the units working. Vunyoro's oil, West Nile's oil, your shea butter, the apples in Kigezi and the iron ore. Buganda actually has the second largest freshwater body in the world. Do you know how expensive water is? When you try to point that out, plus the agriculture, everyone working to their strengths and as a unit. That is the sense of cohesion we need. And that is what I would want to do if I was ever to be an MP. Discuss those, not salaries, not entitlements, not 300,000 for the next Mercedes. These people are about Toyota. We were about Mercedes. They're obsessed with Toyota.
You can see the difference between the quality of understanding and the quality of life lived. And so they say, if you get a son, a peasant, who has never been exposed to certain things and put him there, he will believe that this is the best
that has ever been. Somebody told me there was no colors in the 70s. Where are these colored pictures coming from? I said, that is a Chankwanzi doctrine. When you place a year zero, Muganda will tell you, you've been here for 1,000 years. Where have you been?
No, because we've all coexisted. Actually, for me, I think that the Buganda and everyone talking about, it's clear. What you said earlier, which we have understood from there, is that some people came in here for trade, found us organized, and
used us.
They used us. No. Something happened because we are not very into it, but are we still allowing that to continue happening?
It is. World Bank and IMF is simply the extractive industry in play. Since the time of the missionaries, since the time of Lugard. But somehow, you have to give credit where it's due. Our president today knows how to play the game. There's a game, an intricate game, and he simply knows how to play it. You can't continuously be winning like Man U in the 90s, getting me angry, Arsenal supporter, unless. But that's the whole point for us. I was showing off that I have moves. Oh, my father's generosity could have been misconstrued. By paying $1 billion to the Indians, they saw that as extravagance or foolhardiness. Not foolishness. There's a difference. Foolhardiness is why spend $1 billion if you can stretch it like Museveni? He pays Seraure, the way my Basoga said. He pays Seraure. But that mistaken sense of entitlement is the biggest problem we have to restoring patriotism.
All right, we're gonna hasten to the next one, Jaffa, because our time is almost up, and I want you to put the question up there again for us to look at. And the number 2 is, we're talking about restoring and upholding patriotic values. How do we uphold the patriotic values, Jaffa, within our nation?
We have a judiciary that works.
And I want you to speak to the old and to the young. Yes.
We have a judiciary that works. We pray that they are paid well enough not to have what we call or that temptation of taking a bribe. That is speaking to power. We have a legislature that works. It's too big, by the way. For me, I want 15 regions. If you're restructuring the government, please just bring back our 15 regions and let us work from that point of, so that we have 15 parliamentarians in every sector. Youth, women, elders.
That would be too many people.
No, that is less. We are back to 15 provinces, brother.
Okay,
15.
But you see, we don't
multiplied by 7.
Please forgive me, because I didn't know that they existed before.
Yeah, but the provinces have been undermined because we have a mistaken sense of entitlement where we want patronage. I said it so many times before, everybody's trying to be a kabaka. So patronage becomes a disease.
But the kabaka is not a patronage.
No, that is what chiefdom is.
But those are created by...
No. They are kings. All powerful. When you try to be all powerful, you want to become a king, all encompassing. It means you always want to be the provider.
But the kings and kings have lived all the time.
They have, but they had the Katongoles. They had Katongoles, they had a prime minister. The system worked.
Yes.
And we are simply saying, if they had 19 or 20 in Uganda, let's go back to 15 per region. Decentralization should get to the point of just 15 regions. Multiplied by 7 officials who represent us in the legislature. Please, we cut down. If we're going to cut down in all these things, how can you have a ministry, then you have an overseer, ombudsman for that. IGG office should be the ombudsman. We used to use in business studies. Ombudsman oversees these things. Not a lot of authorities left, right and center. Each one feeding off. UTB eats more money than even the ministry. Yet it's just a marketing tool to market the country.
Wow.
So we're creating monsters that feeds off a patronage, a vicious circle that is creating greed and a mistaken sense of entitlement.
So what lesson should we pick from you, Jaffa? Put it up again.
My
restoring and upholding our patriotic values within our nation.
I love my country. I love my country enough not to go back into exile and dream of becoming a president because my father was one. I want to be able to come home and serve. It's called servant leadership. It's not a derogatory term. It is you serving your nation. If we introduce back the issue, there's a patriotic club. If we introduce that, it's similar to the one in Kenya where the gap year, remember gap year in England?
Yes.
Now the gap year, you British, the gap year. Kenya has a similar thing. They go and they learn about the values. And they interact. And by the way, people of Karamoja would come and study in Buganda. This was the good thing with the UPG one. UPG, you have to say it properly. UPG.
Stop belittling us.
The people. No, it's pronunciation. This is African.
It's called mother tongue interference.
Yes.
Every mother tongue.
Believe you me, Wi-Fi is not working. Wi-Fi. The my laptop is not working. It's a phone. Now, what I'm saying is, the intermingling got to a point where, do you know that Tumwine Eli speaks perfect Langi? Do you know that Amelia Chambade speaks perfect Langi? It was because of the mingling. The way we mingle our sorghum and our millet is the same way. Yeah. You bring a calosification of love amongst each other. That explains the synthesis where I'm a stubborn Musoga and an arrogant Kakwa. But selflessness, people. Selflessness and serving our country. I would like my MPs to think that they went not to get a salary and amenities, but to serve their nation. And it's a trickle-down effect.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Elders Wisdom Circle has come to an end. The elder has spoken. Thank you very much, Jaffa, for coming to the program today and for being part of the show. I would like to say, once again, we honor you, we like you, and we're going to toast to this and to say
to our mothers.
To our mothers, come Mother's Day, to our nation, to every one of us, the sense of restoration, upholding of our patriotic values in our country.
Love of country.
The love of country is very important to us going forward. This is the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Eddie Okela. Jaffa Remo Idi Amin Dada is the son of the former president. We have come to the end of the show. Until next week, keep it right there, the Elders Wisdom Circle corner, and we'll be right back next week. And when we bring you another one on another episode of an exhilarating moment on the Elders Wisdom Circle. Until next week, stay blessed. Thank you.
He was talking about the under-16 tournament that you guys played in, obviously coming off a loss to Mali, then rallying up and going for the later stages. If you're to compare, Ugandan basketball with, let's say, basketball from Egypt, basketball from Mali, where would you rate Uganda?
Compared to Mali and Egypt, I think we're not at their level yet, but I know we can be because their preparation is very thorough and they really do invest in the youth basketball and take their time to nurture the teams that are coming for the tournament. So in that area we're lacking because we have the talent, but the preparation for the tournament is what needs to be worked on.
So we basically have the skill and the talent. We just need to prepare better. Interesting.
How did you, as a child, if you visibly remember, what did you want to be in life?
Well, if I go back, I think I looked at two things as a child. I thought about, I looked up to the skies and I'd see the stars and, see the airplanes flying over. And as I was there, with my dad, looking after the cows, or with my grandma going fishing, or with my grandpa farming, I'd look up and go, wow, what are those things up there? And then someone told me, that's a space station. Go, okay, interesting. And what else is up there? Well, those are stars and those are airplanes. I thought, well, it would be great, to figure out how those things work. And so I guess that was one interesting, passion of mine as a little kid, figuring out how aerospace vehicles work. And I guess that wasn't, something which excited me a lot.
Wow. You said the two things. So how did you end up there? You were fishing with your grandmother, you mentioned, and farming with your father, and grazing with your grandfather. Why were you not able to pick one of these from these, three different distinct people, and then you ended up in the things that are up in the sky with all this interest? What was the motivation like? Was somebody an aerospace engineer? Was somebody thinking about the things up, or it just came to you?
It's, back then, we didn't have Wi-Fi. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't even have phones, or television. We just had nature, and that was great, And and we had stories around the campfire, around around the hearth every evening. We'd sit down and talk to each other. We lived quite close to national parks, so every now and again a lion would hop over and grab a cow and go and have supper as well. So we shared with the lion. So it was being at one with nature. But what was important in all that was allowing one's mind to imagine, allowing one's mind to run, to fly, to really go as far as one's mind could possibly go. And if I think of looking at things from the space going down, I could still look down and figure out what's going on, on the fishing side. I could look at what's going on the farming side. I could look at what's going on the grazing side, because when you're up there, you can see everything. But it also helps you appreciate how special the earth is. So that's I'm most grateful for that natural environment that any kid in a rural village in Uganda or any other part of Africa right now has, that where you see every star, and I believe there is something special about that.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is
very important.
The most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. When a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Donald Trump, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and welcome to the program this day. This is the House of Talent, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench is the man who is on the rise, the man who is sports management as well as national club management in Uganda. He is the CEO of Express FC Uganda. The Express FC is a very old football club started many years ago in Uganda, and of course is the man on the spotlight at the moment with COVID-19 winning all the trophies, and with the man with the many nominations to come to the CEO Bench. Isaac, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Here we spread the love. When we do this,
you.
Pastor Mugabe said you have to spread the love. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being on House of Talent.
Well,
thanks for the invitation.
Well, and we want to start from a lighter note, Isaac. You know, the CEO Bench would like to get to know you more from a personal point of view and a lighter note. Who is Isaac Mwesiga?
Well, Isaac Mwesiga is a Munyoro from Hoima, an IT expert with a lot of passion in sports, not only football, sport in general. A go-getter. That's very important.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what else people need to know, but
yes.
not yet married. That's maybe also.
Oh,
yes. To know that. Yes.
So are you single and searching, like they always say?
No.
We could have some potential viewers out there looking for a candidate. Yes.
That's a story for another day.
Yes.
But so I'm contented.
Okay. So Isaac, how did you, growing up in Hoima, and you know, did you grow up in Hoima or spring out of Hoima? Hoima has the city of oil, where we believe riches in this country might start from there. You know, growing up in that place, how was it, if you take us through that process? Did you play those small football things we used to play back in the days? Fiber?
Oh yes. I've always said this, that first of all, my primary school was just opposite my home.
Yes.
And the football pitch was just next, by the fence.
And so you control football itself.
Kind of. And I used not to go to class in the afternoons.
Yeah.
You know, our education system, you study morning and afternoon. So afternoons, I was never in class. Would be playing, or you know. So I played football at a younger age. You know, for leisure, as you know, with those fiber balls.
Yes.
Then of course I played football at high school, but of course I was smaller, so it was a disadvantage for me.
Yeah.
And of course, because of the history of sport in this country, most of the parents were not in agreement for us to play football, and we are kind of doing well in class. So my parents asked me to pursue education, not sport. But I never lost the love for the game. So I decided that if I don't play the game, maybe I could manage something, and here I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you know, how did you change from IT to football? Parents back in the days would not allow, you know, children to go into sports. It was not a place for us to, you know, go to. It's not a place where you say it's a revenue earner, a money earner, a life earner for many parents. So football, music, and all these other things were not a place to go. And yet you went for IT. How did you cross to football, and how did that, you know, span out with your mother and your father, you know, seeing that the IT expert we expected to be is in football?
Well, this journey started, the changes started when I went to university. I thought I would have been a professional footballer. But then I got a scholarship at the university, and you know, my parents were like, you study, because there's no money in football or in sport. So I went for an IT course, studied, started working. Then I had another scholarship. I went to Italy, in Milan. Milan is a football city.
Yeah.
I was living in a hotel owned by a director of a football club in Italy. And he needed a footballer, a particular position
and I got interest. I said, I think I can get you this player. Yeah. But fast forward, things didn't work out. But then he gave me one advice, and I live by it up today. He said, I think you're very good at football. You have the knowledge, you have the passion. Think of pursuing a career in sport. Yeah. Then I was doing a master's in IT. Mm-hmm. So when I came back, I noticed that there was money in football if we did things right. Mm. But it's a process. You have to take it slow. Sport needs a lot of patience. Yeah. So I continued with my IT career, but with a thought of one day I'll get into sport. Mm-hmm. So I studied an intermediate course. Then we used to, study for 3-4 months, then get certifications. Then we were about 4 or 5 intermediaries in the country. Then I started managing kids, young footballers, to improve their careers, chances of them playing in professional football. Yeah. Then that's why I said transforming from IT to football. Yeah. But I continued doing the IT work because, there was money. I was earning very good money, and then, then something hit me, like if we did very well if we managed sport very well, and football in particular, we could make big money, like how you see the Cristiano Ronaldos of this world, like how you see the Premier League footballers earning a lot of money. So I took a gamble and said, okay, let me first give 20% to IT and give 80% to football. And here I am. I had an option of getting into bigger clubs in this country, but I chose a club with a big heritage, with passionate fans, and a club that had big challenges that I thought I would add value to it, and that was Express. Wow. We got, myself and my team, we got into Express at, I would say, at its lowest. Then they had finished 9th in the league. They survived relegation maybe because of the COVID, the lockdown. Yeah. But for me, I looked at it as an opportunity to make things happen and for the world to see what we can do in this game. Yeah. I have a big team I work with, my secretariat and the technical team. These are people we've built relationships over time. And I credit whatever we've done to them because they kind of do the dirty work. Okay. Yeah.
Isaac, talking of this, is listening to your story, it's a fascinating story to, move from IT, crossing through, talent development in kids, and, moving to where you are today. It's been a fantastic and illustrious journey right there. I want to take you back straight to, a few things about football. Sports in the country is not looked at as a lucrative venture. And yet you are living where you would be paid good money, you would be earning a living worth, the studies that you have done. We've had an IT expert on this show a few weeks ago, and he was telling us, how IT is the next big thing, how IT is the next level where we're going, and everything else will need to be, focused to IT. You left IT and went into football. Football is not looked at as, or sports in general, in Uganda or in Africa, is not looked at as a lucrative place to be. What informed your decision?
I think first it's a bad perception. Football, sport, is a lucrative business all over the world. And with the current global pandemic, it could be the biggest business. Yes. Because it's entertainment. Sport and entertainment go together. Yeah. You look at the sport economy in Europe or England, for example. All of us over the weekend we are glued on TVs watching the Cristiano Ronaldos of this world. Yeah. Ronaldo, the other day, in 24 hours, he sold shirts worth 184 million pounds. It's the way we manage our sport in this country that make the sport look unlucrative, but it is a lucrative sport. there are people who have earned a living out of the game, even in Africa. So it starts with us to do things right so that we can make the sport better. What made my decision to move from IT to football, it was easy, passion. I have the passion, and I'm a believer of doing things the right way to earn from them. Besides I have the IT qualifications. Nobody can take that away. But I had a challenge ahead of me, showing people that you can turn something into gold, like how we have turned Express today from how they were to Eastern Central champions and Ugandan champions in a short spell. It means if we work together as a country and start thinking of sport as a business, there are thousands of people out there that we can help and earn a living while happy. It's entertainment. I mean, you go to the field to play and enjoy yourself at the same time earning a living. And football connects a number of people. It's entertainment. It has the touristic arm, and it employs a number of people. So the decision for me was more of passion and to make changes, and it starts with people like me to make this change.
Well, you're hearing from that beautiful words coming from Isaac. Isaac is the CEO of Express FC, one of Uganda's oldest football clubs, and of course started in the suburbs of Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, going to the rest of the world. Recently, Express FC are the new champions in the midst of the pandemic situation brought about by COVID-19. And we want to know from there, going into that office in May 2021 and turning things and winning, Isaac, is not an easy journey to go, with or to play around with, but also there are learnings in there. The program you're on today is called Change. The CEO bench focus on change management, transformation, and personal leadership. We want to take you from that point. What is leadership to you, Isaac?
Well, leadership is broad, but to me, first of all, leadership is working with people, adding value to people. You are the top, but you are within. You are just as the word says, leadership. You're just leading a group of people, just guiding them. I'll give a live example at Express. I lead a group of intelligent people at the Secretariat. Technical people on the technical side of the game. Those are the coaches and the medics, and then we have footballers. Now, these are three different sections that kind of diverge in the ideology, the way they think. But as a leader, I must bring these three sections together. How do I do that? By creating or different autonomous systems within, everybody knowing that they own what they do. They own their sections, they own their different departments, and they feel a sense of ownership that of what they're doing. So for me, leadership is working together, creating relationships, adding value to the people you're working with, to attain the objective, one similar objective that we have, that is moving from one place to the other in the positive way.
Wow. And on that note, Isaac, what is self-leadership to you? Let's narrow it down to you. What is self-leadership to you, Isaac? All the way from Masindi, all the way from Oima, all the way from the Bunyoro land to Kampala and to Milan, all of that requires that you lead self. What is self-leadership to you, and how were you able to do it?
Well, first of all, self-leadership, with self-leadership, you first need to know yourself. You first need to know who you are. You need to know you need to know the inner self of yourself, as the word says itself. But you need to understand that you also need to know your interests as a person and know that, okay, if in this is how this is what I want as a person.
Yeah.
And so for me, self-leadership also requires control. You need to control certain things and take decisions based on how you feel. As you said earlier, changing from one profession to the other required a bit of soul searching and taking a decision. If I didn't have self-control or self-leadership, I would have, after 3 months at Express, I would have moved back to IT because IT was a comfort zone for me. I know what I'm doing, I'm earning good money. But I moved to this other side with so many challenges, with so many unknowns ahead of me, but persevered. So for me, I believe that it had to do with self-leadership.
Okay. And on that note, Isaac, are you a leader? You know, this thing we're talking about leadership. And we need to know whether, Isaac, are you a leader and what kind of a leader are you? Because there's somebody out there who is wondering, who is stuck and does not know how to lead self or to pick self. Even the definition of leadership to them is totally skewed. It is skewed to politics, that he will seek votes and become elected as a leader, or as a politician is a leader. But yet your definition of leadership here is absolutely different. It's more relatable, it's something I can take home, it's something I can bank on. So we want to know from you, Isaac, are you a leader? If yes, what kind of a leader are you at Express FC?
Well, first of all, I lead a group of about 70 people.
Yeah.
All of them will not have the same answer if you ask them the kind of leader I am. But again, it takes an individual to understand the other, to know who that person is. As I'll tell you, I'm a leader, but I'm a team player. By leading, it means that I represent, it's just a representation. But in the day-to-day operations of Express, I'm part of the team. If you walk into my office, several times you've been at my office, you wouldn't know that I'm the leader. You'd actually, several times people come to the office and they ask, who is the CEO? Yet I'm seated there. So sometimes we misinterpret leadership as sitting at the top and giving orders. Leadership is just giving direction, okay? Giving direction and people knowing that there's this go-to person in case we need to take a decision. And that is basically my role. I just give direction, my people just walk into my zone and, you know, ask for my opinion. And I tell them this can work, or this will not work, or, you know. For me, that's what I think has propelled us to where we are. And as a leader, I tend to create relationships with my people so that they don't feel there's the boss subordinate kind of feeling.
Yeah.
We are colleagues. At work, we are colleagues. The leadership bit comes into play while signing documents. I think for me that's where the leadership bit comes in. But at the same time, they also know that they have the head of the club, and that's me. Yes.
Well, you've heard it from Isaac there. If you're looking forward to knowing who you are and what kind of a leader you, he's the CEO of Express FC. And we're going to be talking about Express FC at some point when we go into change management after this break. Of course, we've got to serve Isaac a cup of coffee so that you can also have a cup of coffee, all right? The CEO bench will be right back after this. Please have a cup of coffee to yourself and share it far and wide. And to all of you guys abroad who nominated this gentleman to come on the show because you support Express FC, welcome to the program. And to everyone across the world, in Australia, in the US, in the UK, in Denmark, in Sweden, all of you guys in Tanzania and in Kenya, Niaji habari ya leo, we shall be back after this. how did you, as a child, if you visibly remember, what did you want to be in life?
Well, if I go back, I think I looked at two things as a child. I thought about, I looked up to the skies and I'd see the stars and, see the airplanes flying over. And as I was there, with my dad, looking after the cows, or with my grandma going fishing, or with my grandpa farming, I'd look up and go, wow, what are those things up there? And then someone told me, that's a space station. Go, okay, interesting. And what else is up there? Well, those are stars, and those are airplanes. I thought, well, it would be great, to figure out how those things work. Yeah. And so I guess that was one interesting, passion of mine as a little kid. Figuring out how aerospace vehicles work, and I guess that wasn't something which excited me a lot.
Wow. You said the two things. So how did you end up there? You were fishing with your grandmother, you mentioned, and farming with your father, and grazing with your grandfather. Why were you not able to pick one of these from these, three different distinct people, and then you ended up in the things that are up in the sky with all this interest? What was the motivation like? Was somebody an aerospace engineer? Was somebody thinking about the things up, or it just came to you?
It's, back then, we didn't have Wi-Fi. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't even have phones, yes. Or television. We just had nature, and that was great, And we had stories around the campfire, around the hearth every evening. We'd sit down and talk to each other. We lived quite close to national parks, so every now and again a lion would hop over and grab a cow and go and have supper as well. So we shared with the lion. So it was being at one with nature. But what was important in all that was, allowing one's mind to imagine, allowing one's mind to run, to fly, to really go as far as one's mind could possibly go. Yeah. And if I think of looking at things from the space going down, I could still look down and figure out what's going on, on the fishing side. I could look at what's going on the farming side. I could look at what's going on the grazing side, because when you're up there, you can see everything. Yeah. But it also helps you appreciate how special the earth is. Yeah. So that's I'm most grateful for that natural environment that any kid in a rural village in Uganda or any other part of Africa right now has, that where you see every star, and I believe there is something special about that.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation, because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
It is a CEO Bench, and welcome back to the program. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is House of Talent Television. In the studio today, we are talking to Isaac Mwesiga, who is the current, CEO of Express FC, a football club out of Uganda, going to the world. The current champions of, the
Uganda Premier League,
and
Sekafa.
And the Sekafa, yes.
That's very important.
Welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
The CEO Bench exists to, bring people like you and others to the program to basically share their stories, those who are on the rise to the top and those who are already on the top coming down. We want to know from you, what are the learnings from you who are rising to the top? And, what are the expectations when you get to the top? You, of course, have gotten to, to the top. Or I'm still moving to the top by the achievement we have seen from your CEO assignment at Express FC. And we think that the success came too early, for you, which means that the journey has been very interesting. We want to talk about change management. You've mentioned a couple of things about managing change from one place to the next. But now we want to talk about change management at the place where you are. Managing change requires that you communicate this change to many people. Managing change requires that the change is effectively communicated both from the top to the lowest end. And of course, in the middle here, you're always going to have so many challenges trying to balance the boat and fixing things here. And sometimes that communication doesn't trickle down very well. How were you able to do it when you landed at Express FC to change the story of Express from where they were to what it is today?
Well, change management is a bit, I would say, tricky to implement, and especially for people with my kind of background. IT people were not very good communicators. We know for as long as you write your code, you connect things and they work, you have internet, and things are okay. But change management requires you to communicate with human resource. And I knew that could be one of my problems at Express. I was dealing with people from different backgrounds, literate and illiterate. What I did was to create structures and making sure that these structures function. You have a secretariat, you have different people in different departments, from finance, HR, you have facilities managers, you have the technical team. In the technical team, you also have people we communicate to, you have player leaders, and you have the communications department. You make sure that these different departments are interlinked. They have a bit of autonomy, but they are interlinked in the way they do their things. Now, for me, at the end, I receive information. I receive processed information, and of course, that has helped me a lot in the sense that I have competent people in different departments, competent people in different sections, and because of that, it has relieved me of the burden of making sure that I have to go from top to bottom in terms of communication. These people do the communication, and my work is to supervise, or my work is to communicate with the leaders of the different departments. Yeah. So for me, the most important thing was the structures being in place and making sure that these structures function, and most importantly, having competent people in these structures and having a good communication channel among them.
Isaac, talking of it, do you think that these changes were always and effectively communicated to the lowest end? Would you attribute the success that you attained in a very short time at Express FC by making them win a certain trophy that they have not won since 1957, as it is written? Do you think that this change, you communicated it effectively and it was effectively received at the lowest end of the club that caused this to happen?
Well, yes, and a bit of no. Yes, in the sense that, well, it's visible that we've attained success, and some people did not expect it to come this early.
Because change always have doubts.
Yes. But we had people who believed in us from the beginning, starting with the chairman and the board, people who believed in me especially. It starts from the top. If the board believes in the leader they have nominated to run their club, and myself also identifying people I'm going to work with and believing in them, starting with the secretariat, the technical team, and the players. I have a hand in the way we get people on board at Express today. So I'll tell you that every player we have at Express, we believe in that player, the coaches, the secretariat. So it's about believing in ourselves. The bit of no is that we would have done better on the continent. That's for sure. Much as we've won the Premier League, or we have won this, the Sekafa. Just recently, we've just been eliminated from the Champions League. We could have been new after 25 years, but I believe we would have done better. Now, that is something we need to work on. We learned very many lessons from there. Maybe that's where we need to start from. Change management is continuous. So there are things, definitely there are certain things we've not done so well in the season. Otherwise, we would have finished the season unbeaten. We lost twice. It is continuous. And with the previous season, we learn from the previous season. There are lessons learned and there are improvements. So there are things we've done very well, we need to maintain. There are things we didn't do very well that we need to improve. There are new things we need to learn from other teams, from other better teams across the globe. So the information could have reached up to from top to bottom or vice versa, but we need to keep doing that. We need to keep communicating. With communication, you'll have success. Yeah. I believe so. And of course, not forgetting the support from our sponsors and the board. It's a team effort to have, for us to have attained this success. It has been a team effort from the sponsors to the board and my team at Express.
Wow. Well, this is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela Isaac Mwisigwa, who is the CEO of Express FC, a national football club in Uganda. If you're watching us from anywhere across the world, we'd like to welcome you to the show. And to those of you who stayed long in the United States to catch this program because you spring out of Uganda and you still have Express FC, your CEO is here. And to Dennis in Australia, thank you very much. Your votes have brought Isaac to the show.
Thank you, Dennis.
And I would like to take this moment to read a couple of, comments from different people coming from across the world. I'll start one from one IT professional. Frank Tugume is saying that great show today. I love the transformation from IT to sports. Shout out to Isaac for that. Usually IT people are known as the back end of people. They put on weight very quickly, they eat too much. But you're not. And I have another one here coming from I'm Eddie Okela. Thank you very much for the program. My name is James. I live and work in the UK. I used to be and still is a fan of Express FC. At some point we lost it because we started quarreling and saying so many things, and we stopped focusing on winning football. At least Isaac has brought back hope to Express FC. Shout out to that CEO and his team. And I know soon enough they're going to start fighting. Whenever success comes to Express, we start fighting. That is already the prediction coming. I have another one here on, saying, Eddie Okela, thank you very much for the show. I love that we have a football CEO talking about football. We want to deep. Can you please ask some question back and deep to, the football and sports management in Uganda has not been done very well. The likes of Isaac, brings out the new people who are not trying to stay. I hope he's not going to try and stay at Express forever, but he will be able to grow. He seems like he's a formidable person who can take the sports from wide. I like the fact that he's talking about his experience in Milan. Those are good exposures. I live and work in Sweden, and I think this is a good thing for Express FC. I'm a fan of Express FC. At some point, we were quarreling too much and we forgot about football. So we will continue to read your messages coming, share it far and wide. And I would like to encourage you to not just send a message to the messenger. Put it to the public group so that we can read it out to everybody and make it easy. Sometimes I know the messages are overwhelming, over 200, 500. It's very difficult to read all of them, but we'll sample some of them and make sure that your messages are read. Isaac, you are hearing this coming from the people who are Express fan, you know,
yes,
and some of the things they're talking about is true. And on the change management, while we're still at it, I want to take you straight to the challenges that sports face in Uganda. Ugandan sports have been facing a lot of challenges, particularly to the football clubs. We've seen football clubs come. The setup of the football clubs in the country have not been set up in a way that they allow room for professionalism to come in and to change things. They are not futuristic in their thinking. That's the fact. But the CEOs who come from somewhere else, who are not necessarily people who played football to the top, but who played football to a certain level and decided to focus on football management and sports management, are now in the sports management Uganda. Where do you see sports in this country going, where you have reached with the kind of exposure you have had at the moment?
Well, first of all, I like the comments from the Express fans from, I think, the guy in the UK.
Yes.
I'll start with the comment, if you allow me.
Please. Yes.
First, if you remember, I think I was on this show last year, and somebody asked me how am I going to handle the riotous situation at Express, the fans, you know, they are violent and things like that, and my answer was simple: let us win. That's all they need, and I can tell you today, the fans are happy with what we've done. Not all of them, of course. 90% could be happy, but the 10% will always be there. Will always be there. However, he's right that sometimes when teams start winning, then you know they start quarreling. You start having frictions and things like that.
Yes.
It's everywhere. However, at Express, we've managed to solve some of these problems by communicating to these fans, letting them know that this is their club. Whatever they do, they're doing it for the club. But not forgetting that we are doing well and they're seeing the transformation. So they are happy. The real fans are happy with what is going on. Even when we lose, like yesterday we lost a game. But they were not okay, they were sad, but they were okay with the result. They said, yeah, we have lost, it happens, we will not be winning every game all the time. But that is the kind of spirit we're trying to build at Express. Yeah. Again, the quarrels will always be there, but we cannot control them. Yeah. All we have to do, we have to do our job. We do our job right, have progression, and things will be okay. Now, coming back to your question, how sport in Uganda is being run, and you don't have room for, you know, we don't think strategically about clubs here. Again, as I was telling you, we need, that change starts with people like us and many other CEOs out there and many other football administrators out there to know that, to start thinking that sport is a business. Before, we used to think of sport as leisure or getting your investment out of sport quickly. But we need to start thinking strategically. You need to start thinking 4 or 5 years from now, but you start investing today. It's a mindset, and Express should be a very good example to sport in this country that you can turn a sleeping giant into a scary giant. The Express is today. And then also, we also need policymakers to also drum the fact that sport can be the next big thing for this country. Everywhere you go today, people think if you play football, if you do sport in this country, you're going, after retirement, you're going to suffer. But that's not the truth. There are people who have earned a living from sport. But it starts with us administrators to echo the fact that sport is a business. The government, the policymakers should know, or they should also invest more in the sport and the sport facilities, sports courses, so that people can enjoy being employed in the sports fraternity. one of the biggest problems why there's no strategic planning in sport is that there's no money. Very few people will leave a paying career and come and manage football because it doesn't make ends meet. But it's just the way things are managed in this country that the perception has failed to change.
Isaac, you talked about there is no money, but otherwise many people would have come. Professional people, people with passion, people with love for the sport to take the sport in the country to the next level. But you're saying that there is no money. Why is then there no money in sports in this country? Yet the talent that spring out of Uganda, the gift that Uganda has is immense. The world describes Uganda as the most culturally diverse country in the world, and the most vibrant country when it comes to entrepreneurship, when it comes to talents, starting out. Ugandans go out there and excel. But yet here, we don't see it that much. Why is there no money in the sport? What do you think is the problem from the CEO bench where you sit today?
The biggest problem is not the talent. The biggest problem is managing the talent.
To get the money?
Managing the talent, managing the institution that is handling the talent. And these are the clubs and the federations. Not necessarily the football federation, but other federations, athletics, boxing, and all these other federations or associations.
Yeah.
Because we're not as organized. Just the other day you saw FUBA struggling to play the Afrobasket. They did not have money. They got money in a sack and things like that. Now some of those things scare away people who would have loved to invest in the sports institutions in this country. They walk into an institution or an association and they find that it is not run professionally. We have organizations or companies in this country that are willing to invest in sport. Now that is the money I'm talking about. The money is there, but how to attract this money is still the problem. We need to run sports institutions professionally to attract brands to sponsor them. That's where the problem is. For example, you find that an institution is run with no accountability. An institution is run with no proper structures. An institution is run with no office. An institution is run with no basic organizational requirements. And then they expect to get sponsorship. They also expect to get grants from the government. Now that's where the problem is. And sometimes I don't blame the government for not supporting the sport, but I'm sure they also see that we're not well organized.
Yeah.
That's where the problem is. But talent, immense. So again, it starts with us administrators in all the member associations, in all federations in this country, to run the sports the right way. We shall attract sponsors. We have Betway, one of the biggest betting companies across Africa or in the world. I'm sure they are with us. They're still with us. Not because we are doing so well, but because they are seeing that things are run the right way.
Okay.
So I call upon other CEOs from different clubs and different fraternities to run sports professionally to attract sponsors. I mean, we have multinational companies in this country that are willing to do CSR, to sponsor and finance companies, to finance clubs, football clubs and sports clubs. But because they are skeptical, they're not sure if they will have return on investment of their funds. And then also this goes to the funds. Rioting does not hurt the club. Rioting does not hurt the owners of these clubs, but it hurts the club and the brand. That is the brand of the club. So you may think you're hurting the coach or the players, but you're hurting your club in the long run. Some of these players or us eventually will move, but you remain as fans of your club while you've hurt it. So also the brands, these other brands are skeptical investing in these clubs because of the way we act well on the stadium. You know, you are playing a big derby in Uganda, Express Villa, and the game does not end because of a fight. That's how companies like Nile Special left football in this country. MTN left football in this country because of this kind of brand damage.
Yeah.
So we need to work together from the fans, the club administrators, the member associations, to work together and build a brand. If you look at our neighbors in Tanzania, the other day they have a Simba Day. They had a Simba Day and the 60,000-seater stadium, Mkapa Stadium, was full with only Simba fans. Only Simba fans. Imagine. It is unheard of. But sportingly, we're a better nation compared to Tanzania.
Wow. Well, we are talking to Isaac and you on the CEO bench today. What a beautiful show on this day. We are, talking about CEO, management, leadership, change management, transformation at the football level. And of course, Isaac is the CEO of Express FC and sharing his, learnings from there and what needs to be done, where, when, and how. But I want to take you straight to some of the comments here, Isaac, that is coming from some of the fans. I want to just sample the comments as and when they come in. I want Frank Tigume, who is a CEO, is basically watching the show, says, "Wow, easy was it to transform the club?" Well, I think it was for him, but how easy was the change, having worked a long way to IT? How easy was that change? Since you worked in the IT, was it easier? I think that's what Frank is saying. How easy was the change, having worked a long way to IT? That's the question.
Well, the change, for me in particular, it was easy because, as I told you at the beginning of this show, that I had always wanted to be a footballer.
Yeah.
Then, because of circumstances, I went into IT. Good enough, I could manage the IT business. But then, I never forgot my earlier dream. Said I did not play, but I should at least manage. Yeah. So for me, the change was easy, and it was well driven by the passion. And here I am. And we have challenges. Sport, as you know, this sport in this country has so many challenges. Sometimes you wake up and feel I should go back to IT, but the passion and the vision, the sports vision I have for this country, keeps telling me persevere. You'll get where you're supposed to be, and eventually we'll get there.
Wow. Well, I'm going to read another comment before we take a break, and this comment is coming from one gentleman called James on Kampala Road. Eddie, I will not say where I'm watching from because my boss might come to me. It's working time. It's okay, James. But he has a question. Says, very beautiful show. I really love the show today, and I love the CEO bench today bringing the football CEO. At least it's a good mix. I'm a football fan, and particularly an Express FC fan. Eddie, we seem to have attained this success because of the leadership of our chairman, Keke Chiroa Chiwanuka. Now that Keke has left, has gone to becoming, the Attorney General of the country, this in itself is the beginning of the fall of Express FC because the chairman is going to be so busy that will not have enough time for the club. Can you please ask the CEO, what is the plan to manage this going forward? Or we're just going to short-live this glory we have today? Is your chairman leaving the club?
First of all, I would like to make this clear.
Yes.
That the chairman is going nowhere.
Yeah.
And the chairman does not run the club. The chairman just gives a vision, advice, and give strategic direction. Wherever he is, he'll still do what he has been doing. And if you know the history of Express, the chairman is bred and born Express. So the chairman is here to stay. And again, the chairman has set up institutions, has set up a conveyor belt of making sure that there is continuity of the club.
Yeah.
And we're working hand in hand to make sure that we attract sponsors so that this club can become financially independent. In a sense that even if the chairman is busy, is not around, or is not physically, or is not financially supportive, the club would have built a brand of its own to attract sponsors. Today we have a number of sponsors amidst the issues, or amidst the issues that we have.
Yeah.
We have Betway, we have Ghana Land Board, we have MSL, we have Special, and many more are coming. Not because we are doing so well, but because they are seeing a level of professionalism exhibited at Express.
Okay.
So let our fan not worry.
Yes.
our lovely chairman is here to stay.
Wow. Okay, we're going to answer one more question before we go. I love that we're engaging with the fans today. Eddie Okela, thank you very much for the show. I'm not an Express FC fan. I'm typically a Villa fan, and I like the fact that every time we meet Express, we're always playing good football. I like the derby. It's like more of a Manchester United, and Man City derby is more of a Tottenham United derby. I love it in Uganda. I wish we could have more in Ugandan football. It's good. That kind of intrigue is good. What I don't like about it is that every time we meet with Express, there's always a fight. And I think the two leaders or the two CEOs are responsible for our fights. Because Sean Mobiro, you're in trouble for fighting with Isaac, and Isaac is in trouble for you. But my question is, I'm a football lover and a sports lover. Away from the intrigue, I think we need to make sure that football take lead, but not meeting and fighting all the time. And also the competition is sometimes useless because we are fighting over certain things that football can answer it when we go on the pitch and start to play. If you have good football, you're going to win. If you don't have good football, you're going to lose. So why keep fighting? Can these leaders see eye to eye and actually resolve this so that we can develop football going forward? The reason why sports in Uganda is failing is simply because we have people who are greedy. And I like what Isaac is saying, not because I'm an Express fan. First of all, I'm a Villa fan. The issue is, in Uganda, he who goes in the office does not want to leave the office. Take, for example, what is happening in the main federation at the moment in Uganda. We are just manipulating everything, so we can't move forward. How can we continue to attract money when we're not moving forward? What advice would, Isaac, as a CEO who has done it now, say to everyone who owns a club or everyone who is in position of leadership? It seems like he's a brilliant guy.
Thank you.
Yes. Isaac, that's the question for you before we go for a break.
First of all, I would like to make this very clear. I'm not going to stay here for forever. For those worried that I may not want to leave, I will leave at a certain point. But I will leave at the right time. And before I leave, of course, we will have a transition. There will be a proper transition so that we don't leave the club in turmoil. The derby. I like the rivalry between the two traditional clubs, though Villa is our son. But I can attest that I've had conversations with Sean, that the CEO of Villa. I've had conversations with him that, and I keep telling him that we need to help our derbies so that we can have as many viewership as possible.
Which turns to money.
Yeah. But we also need to work with the fans' leaders to curb this violent characters that come along with the game.
Yeah.
But I'm happy that the last two derbies last season, which we got 4 points out of 6. We won at Wankluku and drew in Bombo. Yeah. We did not fight. Okay. We had a few elements who wanted to start a fight because they believe if you're playing Villa, you must fight. And I remember we actually even have footage. I talked to these guys and told them, look, if we fight when we're drawing, supposing we lose, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill somebody? So we're trying to work with the fans leaders to make sure that they understand that football or sport is a friendly, event. We're here to make friends, but compete on the pitch. Yeah. And I believe we are making strides towards this. At least I can attest that the last 2 games against Villa, we never fought. And we'll work towards making sure that the fans understand that they're killing the brands by fighting, yet they're earning nothing.
Wow. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will continue this conversation in the last part of the show with Isaac, the CEO of Express FC. If you're a fan of Express FC, share this far and wide. I think your CEO is, talking things that we can pick a lesson from, a live from, and continue to move forward. And of course, it's not just talking because he's the CEO of Express FC, but I think his advice in general for sports in the country as a man on the rise to the top in the CEO bench, it's something that we can look into. Now, if you have a comment, kisses and disses are all welcome. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Isaac and I are going to dive into the transformation of football and sports in the country as the CEO who is on a rise to the top. What lessons can we pick from there? How do we transform sports going forward? I already have a question here. Somebody saying, if he lived and worked and studied in Milan, that means that he has a certain level of exposure compared to most of our CEOs here who are not empowered. We have a lot of CEOs, apparently according to him, who are not empowered in sports management in the country, and therefore they cannot make as much change as possible. So it's like drumming an empty tin going forward in sports management in Uganda. We'll be right back after this. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila Isaac on House of Talent Television. Stay hooked.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony Trump, thank you very much for coming to the CEO Bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
Welcome back. It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course my guest this morning is Isaac Mwisigwa, the CEO of Express FC, a national football club in Uganda, and of course the champions of the Sekafa and the local Premier League of Uganda. Isaac is on the program today. We're discussing the rise of a new CEO to the top, voted with 56 votes, leading as many people as possible. The CEO Bench is about voting. If you do not have vote, we can't bring you to the show. We want to have people participate in the voting. Isaac, and welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
So that when we bring you to the program, we have people who have nominated you. This program you're on today, and of course House of Talent, is viewed and followed by over 1.8 million Ugandans who live across the world in diaspora. And it is a place where they find solace to find so many things that happen in Uganda that normally necessarily they don't find anywhere else. And we're happy that we have them. A lot of people who nominated you are Ugandans living in Australia, in Sweden, in Denmark, some who live in the UK. We've got some people as far as living in the US were nominating you, says, can you bring this guy on the show? But locally here, even inside House of Talent, we've got so many people advocating for you who are fans of Express FC. And they say, the CEO is just across. Why don't we bring the CEO? And here we are on the show today. We want to go to the last lap of the show, which is the transformation, but also the lessons that we can pick from you. You've had the question before we went for a break, but I want to read another question so you can answer them together. I have a question coming in here from, in fact, a comment coming from Marcico Emmanuel. He's saying, how can a polite Express fan like me position myself to replace you as the CEO of Express FC? Emma from Kira Bulindo is asking you, how can he, who is a polite person, position himself? I think he's very passionate about Express FC. Perhaps you need to mentor this man because he's a fan who wants to replace you as the CEO. Well, Masiko Emmanuel is saying, I'll read this again, Masiko, because I find this question very interesting for Isaac. How can a polite Express fan like me position myself to replace you as the CEO for Express FC? Emma from Kira Bulindo. I'll read another one coming from Miro Ayub. He says that CEO twebalirize abakulu
twebaliza abakulu
bano otusima nnyo emirimu
tusimanye
emirimu gye mukolereyo ku Express FC.
Okay.
Yes, basically saying thank you so much. Ayub is saying, Miro, thank you very much. That is thanking Isaac for the good job they are doing at Express FC. And of course, this is Nze Wano DXD. I think that must be his name, fun name for Express FC. So thank you very much. Keep your kisses, and this is coming. I want to read a comment coming here from a fan who is all the way in Sweden. Edu Killer, thank you very much for the program. Isaac, thank you very much. I'm a fan of KCCA Football Club, and I support KCCA with everything in me. But I was happy when Express FC won because it shows that not only my club is rising to the top. Of course, KCCA will always be the top. But I was happy that Express won the cup for the first time after so many years because it shows that professionalism is beginning to take over in our clubs in Uganda. I like that CEO and what he's saying. Of course, for us at KCCA Football Club, we've started this, we've been leading this, and I think that if we have more clubs going to the regional tournaments like my club, shout out to Agria Ashaba for making this happen, and of course to Isaac for following the footsteps. If we have many clubs going, it would be okay. But my question to this CEO of Express FC is one. He's talked about money and he's talked about sponsorship not coming to the federation. The biggest problems we have seen from my club going forward, one, organize the club to be able to attract money, which we have done in KCCA. One of the learnings I have from there, and Isaac has echoed it again, is the fact that corporate companies cannot trust football clubs in Uganda because the football clubs in Uganda, the way they are set up, has too many baseless structures down there. Those who founded the club in 1900 trying to control the club, and those who are coming up to join the club, to put money in the club, wants to control it. There's always pulling ropes. I can imagine what is going on with the success at Express FC. I'm sure that gentleman is not sleeping as a CEO. Isaac, how are you managing the pressure of those who say eno club yaffe CEO sebo togenda ku changing ebintu byonna biri mu eno club to fit you? If you found us here, if you can't like it, we won't allow you to take the club forward. With the fact that you have to take the club and make it professional. Luckily for you, you have Chiriwa Kiwanuka there, who has been part of that club for a very long time, but is now the Attorney General. Aren't you going to collapse as soon as you have risen? Isaac, well, everyone seems to be thinking that Chiriwa is going to becoming Attorney General is a problem for Express. Yes, David.
Again, I told you, people have to must separate Chiriwa Kiwanuka, the Attorney General,
yes, and
Chiriwa Kiwanuka, the chairman,
yes,
and a fan of Express.
Yes.
These are two different people.
Yes. Are you sure, Isaac? We had in the Bobby Wine situation where there was I mean, Wine, the politician, and then the policeman said that what? He said that there was a bad man from Kamocha. Those are two different people. Yes.
No, but you see, the Attorney General is also a human being.
Yes.
The Attorney General also likes entertainment,
yes.
and Express is his entertainment.
Yeah.
So he's around. At least he has assured me on this forum that he's available.
Yeah.
A number of questions or comments. I'll also, if I remember properly, I'm not here with my team to make a complete change or transform the club. At least we're going to, we'll leave the norms of the club intact. We still play at Wankuku, we still put on the same colors, but we're here to make sure that the club is run professionally to bring back the glory days. And I'm sure if you are a real Express fan, that's what you want.
Yeah.
How we get it, how we get to that level is what we now need to agree on.
Yeah.
It may not please everybody, but will please the majority. Mr. Masiko talked about how he can position himself to replace me.
Yes.
First of all, I'm not the appointing authority.
Yes, yes.
But he should be known by his works.
Yeah.
He lives in a particular area. He could do something for Express.
Yeah.
That way, leadership, Express leadership will notice that there's an able Masiko somewhere that has leadership credentials. Yeah. Some of the things he can do for Express today is to start an Express fans wing. He becomes a leader of a particular area. Then that way he'll have gotten into the Express fence. Yeah. You know, you need to position yourself when you are within, if you're within.
Yeah.
There was also another comment of brands not having confidence in clubs in this country.
Yes. And
then also clubs not having structures. I would like to commend the federation, FUFA, with their pro agenda. The pro agenda teaches clubs or club CEOs or club administrators to have autonomy, to have decision-making power.
Yeah.
It's now a requirement that club CEOs can take decisions on behalf of the presidents. Before, you'd have a president who is sinking in money and the president wants to select the first 11 to play. Yet these people are very busy, they're not on the ground. Yeah. But the club pro agenda, initiated by the federation,
this is FUFA?
This is FUFA. It requires that the club CEO has the mandate to run a football club. Okay. The club pro agenda mandates clubs to have basic structures. You must have a secretariat, you must have an office, must have a playing field, you must have a training ground, you must have basic things. Yeah. That way, they're trying to help clubs get organized. Okay. That is the only way you can have a license to play in the Ghana Premier League. So, again, we need to work together to attract this money coming from these other companies. Yeah. Somebody talked about KCC and winning and things like that. Yes, KCC has been winning because they're an institution from the KCCA and they are mandated to be organized because they need to account for the finances given to them. Yeah. The biggest problem has been with the clubs owned by individuals. It has been a bit difficult to convince these individuals to implement certain structures. But I'm happy with my chairman, Attorney General Honorable Chiriwa Chiwanuka, who believed in me and took a risk to accept my proposals to set up structure that Express. And here we are, there's success. Lastly, if I remember correctly, somebody was talking of winning and having a lot of pressure and...
Yes, balancing the board between the club owners, original club owners, traditional club owners, those who started them. Yeah. You know, and those who have come in and joined along, they will put the money. Yeah. There is emotional attachment to those who have started this club. Eddie Okela started this club. Isaac has started this club. and with my friends, and we played in this club, we always want to hold on to this club, not letting it go to become professional. So when a CEO comes, according to him, there's always going to be a clash. And whenever you win and a certain amount of money comes in, like Betway comes in to give you the money, it's always a fight because they want to get the reward of having started a club from the very beginning, and they want to be able to account for that money themselves. It's always a problem. So he's saying, how are you managing that right now? Success comes with challenges. How are you managing that?
Well, challenges will always be there. And as a human being, if you want to succeed, you need to embrace challenges.
Yeah.
Now, if you have structures and you have policies and procedures, policies and procedures will kick such greedy and selfish people out. Yeah. Take an example. When Betway gets us funds for sponsorship, that money does not get onto an individual account. It goes to a company account, yeah, to an Express Sports Club account. Yeah. And I'm not a single signatory. There are a number of people. So there's no way an individual is going to take a decision and say, I need that money. So the structures will sort some of those people out. Then some of those emotional challenges or political challenges are not my battles to fight. And luckily enough, those people fighting, deep inside themselves, they want Express to succeed. And that's what we're doing. So the solution is to succeed. If they love Express, they'll sit back and enjoy the moment. If they love Express, they'll be happy that Express is winning. But going forward, we'll need to work together. We need to bring all the parties together to make sure that we have a common goal, and that is Express. Because it's not by mistake that this club has been in existence since 1957, yeah, and is still going. Yeah. Believe me, there have been fights, and fights will always be there. But how you manage them is to have things run professionally, and that's what we are trying to do.
Wow. Isaac, we are hastening to the close of the show. Before we ask you the next question, and I want to just read this to you, and to everyone coming to the program, you know, the CEO Bench is about transformational leadership approach to things. The ability that often defines a leader's level of effectiveness is what we're talking about in this show, and that's the reason why Isaac is on this show. But also, we talked about change management, which is the management of change and development within self as a person, moving from one place, IT, to the next, to being a CEO of Express, is what we're talking about here. A business or a similar organization or a nation, you have to go through these processes to be somewhere. That's what the CEO Bench is all about, and that's why Isaac is here. And the third thing we looked at is the control identification of, you know, and implementations of the required changes that that person is going through. All right, within self as a person, what is the required control identification of Isaac Mwesigwa as the CEO of Express FC? You know, moving from one place to the next, we want to know that. And if it's business, we also want to know that. Or in a similar organization, you can't go to lead a nation when you have not led somebody. There's a big problem, Isaac, where we think that we can just fall from the roof and you go and start standing to become a president in Uganda. No, you must have gone through certain ranks, and we must have seen you, and that's what this program is about. Whenever we see CEOs and people rising to position, we want to be able to give them opportunity and a platform for them to account for their roles and responsibilities given to them, or trust given to them by people to lead. In your case, you were given trust by the board of Express FC. We want you to account publicly to the board of Express FC, but as well as to the funds of Express FC. But we also need some people to be able to, you know, affirm that what you're doing is actually true. We can see the implementation of changes of Express FC or in Express FC, you know, to, you know, a place where we're looking at justifiable, quantifiable, measurable metrics of impact of your leadership in that place. And towards the end of this show, we're going to ask you a question about what's next for Isaac. But we're looking at what's next for a leader when you are going. When you leave Express FC, where do you end up? Where are you going? What are your plans? How do you leave Express FC? Because a lot of people, when they get success or get into position of leadership, they often leave that place dying when they're moving. They always leave the place dying. So if you leave Express FC with glory, and then the moment you move, they go on their knees we will know that Isaac was not a very good leader. And those are the measurable metrics that we're looking for to measure the impact of Isaac and the leadership and the team that you lead in that place. Emmanuel asked a very interesting question. Emmanuel, I think that there should be a mentorship program where the CEO of Express, perhaps you could implement this, begin to pick some of those people and you mentor them, personally mentor them, because those will be a good platform for leadership change at Express at the CEO level. That could be the CEO initiative that you leave at Express FC. Meet up with Emmanuel, start to mentor Emmanuel, spend time with Emmanuel, have a week where Emmanuel come to understand, as a fan of Express FC, to understand what the role of the CEO is at the club. He's a fan, he doesn't know what happened in the background here. Perhaps he will come and just run away from knowing that the responsibility and the things that the CEO is doing is quite much. But I have a question here for you also, Isaac, as we close. You will, wrap up all of this. Somebody has said, Eddie Okela, thank you very much for, bringing Isaac to the show. I think many people have enjoyed this program. But he says, I want you to ask Isaac one thing. People seems to be going back to the professional running of football clubs in Uganda. Isaac seems to be the only CEO that is empowered, and we know why. That he must have been fighting with Chiriwa Kiwanuka, the chairperson, and many people in that board to give him the trust. Most football CEOs or most sports management CEOs in Uganda, particularly in football and sports, are not empowered. That's what the person is saying. In fact, if you may, I will read this. It says, Eddie Okela, thank you very much for the program. I love that Isaac is talking. I love that this program is mixing and bringing as many people as possible. I think this, for me, has been the best program so far, in recent times, seeing a variety of people in leadership coming to this program. But Express FC seemingly look like they are the only club with a CEO that is empowered to deliver and to make changes. Most CEOs are not. And I want to say this as a fact. I'm a Villa fan. I don't feel like our CEO is empowered to do what he wants to do. He speaks very found outside down there, but within the club, I don't seem to see it. And I'm a passionate fan of Villa. I want to know this. And from Isaac, how can we help different clubs to empower, learning from what is going on at Express to empower? The only club with an empowered CEO is KCC, and we know because on an institution, it means that people at City Hall seems to have a good say and giving a good power force to the CEO to continue moving. But otherwise, in summary for me, most sporting clubs in the country called Uganda, in many other neighboring countries, are not empowered as CEOs. The real meaning of CEO is Chief Executive Officer. It means that he has many other executives below him and is the chief, but they are not empowered. That's the reason why football and sports in the country is not moving. Isaac, what are the learnings from your place that you can share with us and we can take on and we can help our CEOs to become much better? That's a fan coming from not very far away, by the way. He's watching from Bulindo, a suburb of Kampala, and his name is Moses Matsiko.
Hey, that's a good one, Matsiko.
Yes.
The issue of empowerment has been a contentious one.
Yeah.
First of all, it's not easy to trust your business with an individual if you don't have confidence in that person.
Yeah.
At the same time, that person has to show. That person has to be transparent enough.
Yeah.
So this comes back to us, leaders of these clubs. You need to sit with the club presidents or the club owners and have a plan. If they buy into your plan, then they will trust you. Then you also need to show, or you need to show cause. They need to buy into your ideas and then be able to believe you. Trust me, I don't think it was easy for my chairman to trust me from day one. But as time went by, he noticed that he had the right person in that office. And today, I have his full trust. So again, this comes back to us. We need to be known by our works. You need to have a reputation. You need to have, you need to be able to be believed even when you're not there. You need to account. You need to be able to account for even the little things. You need to be able to communicate properly so that these club presidents can start trusting us with decision making. We as I told you, we are being helped by the FUFA Pro agenda to make sure that club CEOs trust us. But at the same time, a president cannot invest a lot of money and then sit back and just watch you spend their money. You need to spend their money the right way. It's an issue, and it's an issue that is causing a lot of slow decision making, but we will get there. It's just a matter of time. I believe that our son Villa, if they put their house in order, put structures together, Sean will be empowered. I believe Sean is a very good CEO. You talked of mentoring a few people so that in case
like Emmanuel Matiko, who
yes,
wants to be
when
yes.
Express Secretariat is open to passionate administrators or individuals who would like to learn the trade, and if the right time, when I approach the time and I know I'm about to leave, I'll inform my board and we'll start the transition. I believe I'll leave Express at the time, at the right time when I have somebody I'll recommend to the board to replace me, so that there's continuity. It is very important. I would feel bad that as soon as I leave, the club goes down to where they were. That is not our intention, and it will not happen. So, and this is a call to my fellow CEOs in different clubs. We need to work together. We need to learn from each other. We are not saints. There are things I know that they don't know. There are things they know that I do not know. But the more we work together, the more we improve our different clubs, and we make our game more interesting and attract more brands and make more money. Yeah.
Well, we are talking to Isaac, and this has been a CEO Bench, and we're definitely going to ask you, Isaac, the last question. Where do we see you life after Express FC? Where do we see you 5-10 years from now? Will you become the CEO of an IT firm in Uganda, or will you, go to Manchester United, Tottenham? Where will you end up?
Well, after Express, I believe I'll still remain in sport. In the next 5 years, I'll still be in sport, maybe at the member association, maybe at the federation, or at a bigger club somewhere in the world. But I don't intend to leave sport. At the same time, I still do IT work. The day has 24 hours, so I manage my time very well. And yes, in 5-10 years, I'll still be in sport, and I'll be a winner somewhere. I believe, I keep telling my people at the Secretariat that for me, I'm a go-getter. If I want to do something, I'll do it.
Okay.
And lastly, I would like to thank our fans who have supported us this far. We had also fans who came to Tanzania for the Sekafa. Our fans, we'd like to thank you for the support this far. We'd like to thank you, and would like to encourage you to register. The club needs the finances. Winning is not easy, but maintaining the standard is very, very difficult. We are looking for funds. Our merchandise is coming in a month's time. We urge you to register, buy our replica kit, which is coming in very, very soon. I would like to thank our sponsors, Betway, MSL, Buganda Land Board, and Special. And lastly, I would like to thank our chairman, Honorable Attorney General Chiriwa Chiwanuka, for the support, together with the board, for the support and guidance. and we ask you to keep doing what you've been doing for us, and we know that we will not disappoint you. For the last 1 week, we've had a few issues. Sportingly, we were eliminated from the Champions League. We were eliminated from the Uganda Cup yesterday. We knew that we will not win everything because we are not immortals. We also needed to, to get back to reality and know that it's not always a win-win, but also we can win some and lose some. But we believe that we've done a good job. We also believe we can do better going forward. And we are looking forward to the new season. Thank you very much. And as we say, Mukwano Gwabanji, we hope that we keep this club to where it is today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Isaac, for those, encouraging words to your people and to your clubs. By the way, when you won in Tanzania, that was your biggest cup, Sekafa. What was the party like? Did your chairman walk on his head? What was going on?
The chairman was very excited. I had not heard.
What happened in the board? We want to know. Yes,
first of all, some of the board members flew in to watch the game.
Okay.
The chairman could not fly in because of the schedule, but I was on call from the semi-final stage. He would call me all the time. Do you need anything? We're happy. He was very excited. I had never had a chairman CEO conversation this long with him. It was the first time.
Yes.
And everybody that is connected to Express was really, really happy. I mean, we beat Yanga in the semi-final. Then we beat Nyasa Bullets from Malawi, the champions of Malawi. And everybody was really, really excited. My family was very excited. My family is always complaining that I don't talk about them. My family was very happy. They were excited. I'm sure most of them are watching this show right now. The families of my staff, this for me is very exciting. The families of my staff are always following Express because their children are working for Express.
Wow.
And many other people. It was winning the Sekafa.
Yes.
Kind of cemented the kind of transformation Express has had in the recent times. And we have a Sekafa. Every time I look at that trophy, I keep telling my people, well done.
Yes.
And I'm sure the chairman, wherever he is, I'm sure he's busy, but he will watch this show. I'm sure he's happy that we have the Sekafa in our bag. We have the Premier League in our bag. In his third year, by the way. This is his last year, but I know he's around, but he had a plan from 2018 to 2021, and 2021 he has won all this. I'm sure he's very happy. For the first time, and we believe it's not the last time. Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, all of you guys for tuning into and watching the CEO Bench today. And to everyone all across the world, we would like to say thank you very much. I would like to end this with, a message coming from Businge Godfrey. Say, it's been a great season. Cheers to Isaac and his team and his entire team. Thank you very much, guys, at Express FC. And we'd like to say thank you very much to everybody from all across the world for being part of the CEO Bench, growing big and better. Please nominate the next CEO you would like to see here. The nomination to bring the CEO Bench is very simple. Go onto our page, type, nominate, send it to us, we will bring them. And of course, follow us on Facebook at House of Talent Uganda, and you always catch this interview there. It's there 24 hours. And of course, on our website, www.houseoftalentug.com, you will be amazed what you'll find there. And of course, on Twitter, please keep tweeting. Always send kisses and disses there. If you don't like the show, kiss us. If you like the show, diss us. We are okay. Isaac, we're going to bring this to an end. Like they say, every good thing has come to an end. Until next time, the CEO Bench has come to an end. God bless and stay focused. It is the House of Talent Television. Edio Killer Isaac Mwisigwa signing out.
Thank you.
coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money. Don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. Yeah. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. Yeah. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. Yeah. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple, very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee. You can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Yeah. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yeah. Yes.
Let's put up the camera.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people, but our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. How we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account.
It's another good day to have coffee. Welcome to House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. This is the Coffee Break Show. Remember, you can catch us live. The show is live right now on our YouTube channel at House of Talent Uganda live stream. Or you can head down to our Twitter handle, that is at HTV1. Or if you're on Facebook, you can also catch us at House of Talent Uganda. That is on Facebook. Make sure to share the show. Far and wide, send us your comments. If you have questions, if you have any remarks, let us know. On today's show, the Messiah is back. And I'm not talking about the second coming of Jesus. I'm talking about the coming back of the Coffee Messiah, the original guy on the show. He's back with us here today. And for those who are wondering who the Messiah is, none other than Mr. Amon Rukisa.
Hey, man.
Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, but we've been in touch.
Yeah, we've been in touch.
On air. Yeah.
I think you are out, getting converts and, getting more disciples to come to your side.
It's a good thing that we've gotten many.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can be as seen on the show here. We have very many faces that have come up, very many new people that are in coffee. It's a good thing. Yeah. Good thing that at least now the visibility of coffee and people are getting to know coffee, So it's a good thing that we've seen very many new faces come through. Yeah. And it's very, very massive when you look out there. People are joining the coffee industry. Yeah. Like someone tells you, okay, I watched this show, I heard about this, I read about this in coffee, and I decided to come and study coffee. Yeah. That's a good thing.
So we're doing a good job.
Yeah, we're doing a good job. Well done, the Coffee Break.
Well, apart from that, what have you been up to? I've seen on your social media, you're still doing your GNN. For those of you who don't know, Amon has his page, Gather Now Network on YouTube. You should head over there. Some very good content. You should actually follow him and let another person know. Support Amon. He has good stuff. Just go there and check it out. I also saw some of your posts, some coffee stuff. I think you're running some trainings and all this. What have you been up to basically?
Well, it's been a roller coaster because, as Uganda went on, yes, we haven't fully opened up, but people have started moving. Yeah. So back to our businesses, like the coffee shops, different businesses of coffee, people are starting to crowd it. Yeah. The queue is so much. So we tend to get together as different parties in the coffee industry, so that we can bring back the egg game in the coffee industry, because how you sit down and relax because you've not been busy. People you've been receiving 10 a day, 20 a day, but now people have started coming back. It means you have to be prepared for Jan come 2022 when the guy said it's going to open up. So hopefully. We've been in preparations. We've been in preparations to open up. So doing trainings, doing coffee awarenesses, putting everything in touch, it's supposed to be here, let it be here. Yeah. Give it a direction, the right direction where it's supposed to be, we give it that direction. So that's what we've been up to. But besides that, normal stuff, chilling, work, something like that.
Well, it's good that you guys have really been running all these programs, and that is what we want to focus, our show on today. But before we get there, we're still getting to know. You've been doing awareness. The economy is getting back to the place where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to open up January, hopefully. But with this new variant coming in, you also really can't be sure, if the economy will really open. So, with the people coming back, in the event that we don't open in January, okay, and maybe we go through another lockdown, okay, and there are some strategies that you guys have come up with to make sure that, you don't go back into a pitfall like it was before?
Man, it's going to be hard not to open up. It's really, really going to be. A country sitting or being locked for 2 years, what it means to the economy. So that's why even the president of Uganda, when he was addressing a couple of weeks ago, he said, come what may, we're opening up in Jan. But in an event where something goes wrong and we don't open up, before, how companies have coped up. Through the use of food companies, through the use of the internet, to distribute their products, besides the beverages, but the products. Coffee has different products, as you know. But companies have adopted to that. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine and I told him, do you know there are various guys who are not going to let spaces come next year? They won't rent. Because they will realize, okay, I've been paying over 10 million a month for this space, but I've been making over maybe 15 million or 20 million. And now you're telling me to rent a space whereby in a lockdown, at least I've achieved my 11 million. Okay, so they will weigh the two options, and they're like, okay, why not? So it's going to be hard to see people grumble for spaces, grumble for what. So they will adopt to this internet because they have really mastered how it's being done. Actually, when you asked me at the beginning what we've been up to, like, we've been trying to see what new options can we have to market our different products of coffee. How can we use the internet very well? Because you can never understand the internet like fully. Even those who are like leads on the internet, they still go back and research, you know. So we've also been trying to do different researches, you know, getting curious about how best can we do this, how best can we market our coffee products, how best can we reach different audiences in the coffee industry. That's why, okay, a company I work with is Enduro Coffee. That's why you're seeing, besides the lockdown, Enduro Coffee is opening up various branches. You find yourself in Kapchora, there is a branch. In Buama, there is a branch. Around town, there are like over 3 branches that have opened up, and more are coming. So that's the kind of work that we've been like trying to do. So if we don't open up, it will be easy for us, because at least now we are next to our customers. You know, if you're around, maybe let me say Naria, if I have a branch around maybe Chiwatle, I can easily walk over there. Okay, my bike, you know. So instead of like coming from Cementi, going to Naria, that distance, even the coffee will get cold, or whatever product I'm transferring will get cold or bad, because coffee is a perishable good, you know that. So it's easy for us like to connect. The distance is not long. That's one way. But also, like I said, the use of the internet. The use of the internet. So we need to adopt to that, because people have realized that the internet can do more good than harm.
True.
I
was seeing in town, and just even here, just outside the studio, the juicer guys have decided to make, you know, mobile shops for coffee. Okay, so does Enduro have any plans of the same, or you guys are just sticking to, you know, permanent structures?
Yes. Okay, now the spokesperson of Enduro right here. Yes, Enduro, you know, Enduro's vision is ensure vulnerability globally through coffee and other related products by partnering with others. So Enduro Coffee, it doesn't have those stores or those juicers or those small bikes, no. But for it, what it did was, okay, how can we get through the community deep down by not going there as a bicycle or with a car or with a van, but we need to be in the community with them, physically with them, live with them, give them jobs, you know. So besides the Enduro Coffee Limited company, what they decided to do was, okay, I think I used the wrong word over there. What we decided to do, what we decided to do was, let's go to the community, and we started up the project called the Enduro Community Project. So this Enduro Community Project is all about like going down to the people, giving them jobs, but they have stalls in these communities. You'll find a stall in Kamocha, you find a stall in downtown Chisenyi, you'll find a stall in like those small communities. This is because not everyone can afford a cup of coffee at 10K or 12K. But this cup of coffee by Enduro Coffee Community Project, you find a cup of coffee at 1,500, but a good cup of coffee, not like the one they will take at 10K. So this is one of reaching out compared to, okay, I'm not trying to diminish this whole van projects. They are good because they improve or they increase coffee consumption in Uganda. But for us, we decided to do it that way because coffee is people. Instead of coming and go away, okay, I'm going to come and park here today, and you find me here with my van with an espresso machine doing coffee, and then tomorrow you find me in Chireka. No, first we're like, let's stay here, we live in people, given the fact that coffee is people.
Interesting. It's actually good to see that we're using coffee to, reach some people in the community. Do you have any examples or any stories of, certain lives that have been changed? I know that you're always up and down in Kapchora, here and there. So I know that you must have met some people or heard of some stories where people's lives were changed because of the work you guys are doing. You could just share that with us.
I do trainings of different baristas that we get into. I don't do like outside trainings, but I do trainings of in-house. So when I'm called certain times to go and train or orient these people, the smile I see on their faces, the reactions I see when I'm interacting with them is so touching. Because they realize that, okay, we've been knowing coffee, but we didn't know that coffee is as good as this when we've added value on it. There is a lady called Mariam. She's in these NGO community projects. Mariam, she lives in. She left Mubende here to Kampala, but she didn't have a job. Okay, she got. You know how you can leave the village and you come to town. Like you stay with your auntie or uncle, and you're expecting your uncle or aunt to get you a job, and things don't work out. Kampala refuses, So Mariam stays there, not until she heard about this project. And because there was a team that runs it. So she registers for this project. And Enduro Community calls her. So when she reaches, they tell her what she's going to do and everything. They give her the orientation. Of course, now that's me giving her the orientation. She's like, Amon, did you know that we grow coffee at home, but I didn't know all these things? So you see how coffee is changing the life of this person. She's getting to realize, okay, I would have utilized this opportunity way back, but I didn't know about it. So the ignorance in around people at least is going to shift a little bit so that they can get awareness about coffee. And that's how it's going to change the lives of people. Because now, just imagine someone is having a stall of coffee, a courtesy of Enduro Community, and now is making maybe 10 cups of coffee, literally, like averagely. Okay, the boda guy, maybe a certain Musa over there has come. Oh, Mariam, because it's now to be their usual, So you're giving this person a culture of taking coffee. You're changing his life. So that's the impact of coffee through this lady called Mariam.
Interesting story. Would love to see more of those stories actually happening. And I know they are there, just that, sometimes we're really not exposed to them. But I believe that coffee is actually changing lives.
People are being changed by coffee. Especially the fact that now Uganda, what it's doing is a very, very good thing. Like, at least has made sure that coffee products are enriched within the people. How much they don't know them so much, but if someone is passing somewhere, they see a coffee, maybe flyer, maybe a coffee shop somewhere, maybe a coffee message somewhere on TV. Okay, they'll be like, you see, what would they? But at least they have seen it. Then next time when they see it, they react to it. That's a good thing.
It's not like back in the times when we had only Kawa coffee. That's the only
coffee,
thing now we know a bit more about coffee. Well, if you've just tuned into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. The Messiah is back. He's here with us in the studio. He has been out getting converts, and you've seen some of the converts on the show. We've been having really very good discussions, and today we're going to discuss some more stuff with Amon in the studio. But we'll take a break right now, but remember we are live on our Facebook, our YouTube, and our Twitter. Make sure to tune in. If there's someone who needs to be watching the show, just let them know we're on. We're going to take a break right now. Don't go anywhere. Grab a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business. When you look at coffee farmers or coffee processors, most of them are women.
Yeah.
When you look at the quality controllers, they say that women are the best coffee testers. Why? Because they're very subjected to spices when they're cooking.
Yeah.
They get a lot of flowers from us. So they test a lot of things, ice cream, yogurt, sweets, what. So they are good cup testers.
Yeah.
Yes.
So most of them should actually, you know, take opportunity.
Yeah. I would actually encourage all the female to participate in the coffee business, whether owning a coffee shop, whether analyzing coffee, barista, farming. Yeah. We really need them.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, we are live on our Twitter at HTV1, that's House of Talent Uganda, on our Facebook at House of Talent Uganda, and on our YouTube at House of Talent Uganda. Live stream, make sure to catch the show. And if you can't catch it right now, you can always catch it later. There will be a replay. But in the house with me today is Amon Mukisa, aka the Coffee Messiah, back from going out there and just spreading the coffee gospel. He's been doing really great things out there with different programs with Endiro, training different baristas. You know, it's always amazing to meet a barista and, you know, you tell him, I know this guy called Amon, and he starts saying, but I know Amon is the one who taught me ABCD.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling, eh?
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Today's topic, I think the last show we had Katawazi Gerald inside here, and
it was a nice show.
Yeah, you watched the show. So he was talking. We were talking about how Uganda is actually the second highest when it comes to coffee production, after Ethiopia in Africa. Okay, and I think the goal of UCDA is to either match Ethiopia or even be greater than that. But we came to the realization that from the past, okay, if we go back to SST in primary school. There was something that we called cash crops. Okay, so we had coffee, and then we had cotton. Okay, so basically what the missionaries or the white people did back in the day, they gave us this thought of when you grow coffee, you want to make money out of coffee, and I think the same thing has stuck till today. If you go like the example you gave us with that lady that is working with, you know, the Endiro community program, she says they grow coffee at home, but she had no idea that coffee could actually do all these things. Okay, because in their minds, when you grow the coffee, sell the berries, your work is done. They don't realize that we can actually also consume the same coffee. Okay, so our topic for today is how the different stakeholders, okay, have to play their part in this coffee industry to make it better. And perhaps we'll start with the farmers themselves, because that is where everything starts. Okay, we have a situation whereby a farmer has never taken coffee in his life, but he has acres of coffee. Okay, so how can these farmers, okay, play their part in the coffee industry of Uganda to make it get better, to help us become #1 in Africa, but also to make sure that coffee itself in Uganda is really put above, you know, other things like tea and all this stuff?
Well, Emma, to be honest to you, gone are the days when we had farmers who are illiterate growing different crops, growing coffee, growing cotton. These days we have literate farmers who have gone to school, who have graduated in farming practices, agriculture, you know. Last time Ibra was here saying that he studied biochemistry, by something like that, but it was also related to crops or farming. So these days we have literate farmers. So it makes me wonder, why don't we have good practicing methods, farming methods, deep down in our farms that cannot bring us to a point whereby we're going to reach a certain time and we are falling into a ditch? Okay, if it was like maybe farmers are illiterate these days, they would say, okay, we need trainings for these farmers. But when you look at the farmers these days, they're illiterate. So I would say farmers need to be trained. Yes, not all are trained. But why don't we utilize these people who have gone to school, who have graduated in this industry to do these things, at least to train these farmers. But also, you see the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, yes, it has tried its level best to at least ensure that farmers know what they do. At least they have done that by at least knowing each farmer in Uganda. Okay, you cannot know each and specific farmer, but like an association that runs them. That's why I've recently called up, like, if you want to start growing coffee in Uganda, you have to register. So this is like a plan, or this is like a strategy to plan for these farmers. Okay, if we have 5,000 farmers in a village, how are you going to plan for them? How are you going to have them grow the best coffee in the village, so that when it's exported or brought to a national level, it competes, you know? So instead of like having a farmer grow coffee anywhere, they harvest it. Okay, that's the Chiboko coffee. They harvest it and then dry it and then sell it off. And you realize that the coffee exports, like in Europe, over 80% of their coffee is exported. Where does it come from? Africa, and maybe more other countries. But those other countries, maybe like Brazil, you find that if they're producing maybe 50 million bags of coffee a year, you find that maybe 50% of their coffee is consumed by the natives. So maybe they're exporting 50%. But for us, we're exporting 80 or 85%. And without added value on that coffee. So these are the things that farmers need to know. Okay, when I'm growing coffee, how can I improve its quality? How can I add a value on it? How can I get the best quality in these coffee cherries that I'm going to harvest? How can I space the coffee tree from the other, not to be affected? For example, I was watching the news yesterday. It's so bad. In Mubende, there is a pest, a crop pest that has attacked coffee trees. It starts from the root. So there's no way how you can see it on top that, okay, kana kamuli over this flower is being affected by this pest. But for it, it starts from the root. So you just see the plant dying. So it's so bad that it's happening. But if farmers know how to deal with this, at least maybe if I know that my coffee plant is maybe 8 meters or 12 meters away from the other coffee plant, if this pest attacks this coffee plant, the other one, at least it will take long when I realize it early now. So instead of like putting here a coffee tree and then you put the coffee tree next to each other. So such things, farmers need to know them. So that when they're doing this and it's exported, or it's harvested and then brought to the consumption part of it, we don't have a bad quality cup of coffee, or we don't have a bad quality type of coffee that's coming on market. Because at the end of it all, it will affect the overall consumption of coffee or the overall coffee market in Uganda. So the mistake done by the farmer will affect the end result of the coffee consumption or the coffee chain. But the good thing done by the farmer, it will represent the good things like at the end.
2 questions before we move on to the next category. One, do you think it would be a good idea for us to put a cap on how much coffee we actually export? Because if we're exporting 80% and we're consuming 20%, okay, wouldn't it be a wise thing to say, okay, you know what, 50% goes out, 50% stays here, so we force people here to actually consume the coffee? You know, what are your thoughts about that?
You see, one thing I love about being a barista is that you get conversations around various people. So last week, as I was on station, sometimes I get back on station and work, you know, because it's a good thing to interact, have that skill going. So this lady works with Uber, the other side in Europe, London. So she comes at my station, she asks for an espresso. She asks me, how much is it? I tell her it's 6K. She's like, what? Your coffee is too expensive here. And yet you sell coffee, you grow coffee here. And I asked her, how much would this amount cost a cup of coffee in London? She told me 6K here. The way you sell your coffee here, in London, 6K can buy 3 cups of coffee. Then I realized that's why in London or UK, or US, in those countries, even this person we see that Avelak Street lives on a street can be able to buy a cup of coffee compared to us in Uganda. So to answer your question, I think it's a point of UCDA or policymakers, which is the government, coming up with various ways on how to reduce the expensive what are you going to use, like the commodity that you're selling on market. How are you going to value it so that you as a government can benefit, so that you can run the country also, but me as a person who's also buying it, I benefit, like not buying it so much compared to other countries. So policymakers have to do this for us, not us people who are taking coffee, because when I jam not taking coffee, the government won't benefit, because I pay tax on that cup of coffee. I also benefit by maybe getting the healthy part of it and maybe, you know, enjoying coffee. But to help us arrive to this point of like having coffee be reduced in terms of pricing, it's the government that has to do that. Me as a person, I don't have authority. I even don't have a minute authority on that.
Yeah, you see, we're discussing with Katawazi last week, and like today we're discussing, you know, what are the roles of different people, and each stakeholder has their part, and each stakeholder should have their voice. Okay, so we came across topics like, do we even have a barista association or a barista forum? Do we have a farmers forum that has a voice? You know, so it's like the coffee industry has so many detachments.
Yeah, Emma, you see, thing is, these things are there. There's a farmers association. There are baristas associations. But the arm that's taking the, I'm not trying to criticize the UCDA here, but the arm that's taking the coffee industry in Uganda is paying so much attention to less important things compared to things that are more important. Let me give you an example. Of recent, there was a Dubai Expo. So whereby you go there and you exhibit your things as a country. Rwanda took that whole virtual thing of tourism. Uganda, you know what we took, part of it. But my point is, when we take people out there to expose or to exhibit our coffee, you know the people we took? The people on top were on station, like exhibiting our coffee. Why don't you get a Uganda barista champion who's there right now, Michael, for example, to go and be on this station? Before you be on this planning level, why don't you take the baristas? Why don't you take the farmers to at least get in touch with these people out there? Because when this person is talking to this farmer, they will feel that, you know, their intuition, like they will feel like they will be connected with them. Okay, you're the person who grows this coffee. How is it like? You're the person who brews this cup of coffee. What challenges do you go through? How can we help? But if you're this person who plans for the coffee industry on top, why would you come back on station? And yet you have various capable people who can do that. So your point of like having different associations and different roles played by different people in different categories of coffee, it's good, but the people responsible to align them is not doing that job.
Okay, perhaps before we go for a break, you know, you touched on something important there. You say that at the expo, okay, they took people from up there, okay, which means that there are people down, you know, on this spectrum that are really not being taken care of. And the role of UCDA and all these other coffee or agricultural associations is to basically see that even the last man, even the person who produces the least amount of coffee, okay, has to be heard, has to be given a voice, okay? So why do we find ourselves in a situation whereby it's only the big people? Is it that the government, okay, is not doing its part in regulating UCDA, or UCDA itself, okay, is not doing its part in trying to control what happens down here?
I would say it's UCDA itself, because in most cases the government will come up to put into action what the UCDA requests to do. Not the government coming to UCDA and it's like, okay, UCDA, what can we do for you? Why don't UCDA go to the government and it's like, you know, government, we have this plan A and B, we need to execute it like this. Please help us, give us funds, give us this and this and this, so that we can execute it. So it's not the government, it's the authority or the department. Because the government put up this department to help this person, to help the coffee industry go back to, you know, when we had the coffee hype back in the 1990s, it was a good thing, everyone was feeling good. But since then, we've never had a coffee hype the way we had it in 1990s. So when the government came up and put up the UCDA authority, or the UCDA arm, it was like, okay, let's use this arm, or let's use this department to at least keep our coffee on top globally. Because Uganda, as you all know it has the best coffee in the world. Just because maybe we don't have the right strategies, the right marketing strategies, the right production strategies to make sure that we've exposed our coffee as the best in the world. So UCDA has to do that. Not the government, not me, not the farmer, because the UCDA has to put impact on the farmer, they put impact on the barista who's brewing coffee, they put impact on the person who's buying coffee to sell it. That's how it's going to help us.
Well, if you're just tuning into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Amon is giving us his views on why Ugandan coffee is actually not getting to where it's supposed to be, and we'll be getting into solutions. How do we get there, you know, with all these issues that we are facing? We're going to take a break right now, but remember, you can always send us your comments. Be a part of the show. Be a part of the change that is supposed to happen in the coffee industry. We can't change it alone. We have to work with you out there. You're a barista, you're a farmer, you're a roaster. You're just a consumer. You just go, you know, to the coffee shop to take coffee. You have a voice. Let us know down in the comment section. We'll probably be reading that, you know, after this break. But let's get into a break right now. This is the Coffee Break Show, House of Talent Television. Grab yourself a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. Yeah? So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. Yeah? How we can market that coffee.
Yeah.
Yes. So we can at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account.
Welcome back to the show. We're having a very great discussion with Amon Mukisa about, the situation that is facing Ugandan coffee. Why has it stagnated and how can we get it to the place where it's supposed to be? He was giving an example of the Dubai Expo where we really didn't do that good, but also I believe that, it's a point of learning. We always have to learn from all these things that happen, just that it doesn't have to be repetitive, because if we have an opportunity like that and we repeat the same thing, then we say we're totally not learning. We had a barista who came to the show some time back, and he was saying he also bags his own coffee, and he was saying that when you go to the supermarkets and you give them your coffee, package it really well, and you make sure that it's really appealing to the eye. They'll get that coffee and put it in the last stalls or down somewhere there and hide it. And the coffee that is put up is basically coffee from outside. And you also have processed coffee, you have stuff like Nescafe that is there, and basically coffee from other countries. So why is it that our coffee is shelved away, down there, and by the time people buy it, it's actually stale? So people have a very bad experience, and they think, Ugandan coffee doesn't taste good, but because they bought a stale one. How do we get those people's coffee to come up to the top of the shelves and push the others, not way down, but put ours up there? What part do those people play? The coffee, the supermarket guys, the suppliers and all this.
You see, Emma, I've never really been a fan of buying coffee from the supermarket, or even supporting coffee to be sold in supermarkets. You know why?
Why?
Coffee is a perishable good. You never find those guys in the supermarkets giving attention to coffee just like the way they give attention to maybe apples, maybe flowers. Never. Sometime back, Maurice, do you know Maurice Kia? He's also a business guy, besides being a musician, and he's in coffee. So he was asking me about that whole idea of taking his sound cup coffee into supermarkets. I'm like, Maurice, you've been in this industry for quite a while. When you go to buy coffee in the supermarket, what's your experience? Compared to buying coffee, maybe from a coffee shop or a coffee brand that you're buying that coffee from. So that when something goes wrong, you can trace it. That whole part of it is a speciality in the other side of coffee. But in this type of business, when something goes wrong, it's like buying a product from Cafe Java's. Maybe you've bought a cake, and then you find some part of it is not well prepared, but you're just outside. You have a right to go back to Cafe Java and say, guys, look, see what happened. But now you've bought a product of Cafe Java's in a supermarket and you found the same challenge. Where will you go? When you go to the supermarket, guys, and you're like, you know what, guys, look at your cake.
It will be a long process.
Yeah, it will be a long process, and that's time consuming. But the thing is, I would suggest that having coffee in supermarkets, it's not a bad idea, because it's helping us expose or improve coffee awareness. Because people, as they're going around the store, they will see coffee. Kanokachi, it's a coffee bag. What's inside? Let me buy it, maybe. But in terms of quality, no, I give it a 0 over there. Because when you have coffee in a supermarket, you're not monitoring it. You don't know how those guys are handling coffee. They even maybe don't know anything about coffee, you know, compared to having a coffee product or a coffee bag in a certain coffee premise or a coffee shop or a coffee company, and they know that, okay, you know what, this is our coffee, we roasted it on Monday, which means by Monday next week it has to be done. Those are the methods that such companies have to use, compared to taking your coffee in a supermarket and it's going to be put down in a shelf, and I come, maybe I'm buying Anodi's coffee, you know, it's like, okay, Anodi's coffee is good, I've tested it, I've had good reviews on it, let me go and try it. On reaching home, trying it, you're just running down, you know. Yeah, so it's not a good thing to have coffee in the supermarkets. If it's possible for you to have your coffee sold in your premises, please do that. That's one thing actually I would advise people to do. Like, if you're a coffee producing company, the fact that you have funds of roasting coffee, packaging it, branding it, basically you've gone through other chains of coffee, like for it to be as a final product. Why don't you get a space? Why don't you get an online platform? Because that's what we're adopting these days. Have a cameraman, have nice shots taken, have a website. Okay, that's expensive, but you can start with Instagram, you can start with Facebook, you can start with Twitter. Have good visuals, put the price tag, put the contacts where they can call you. Market it well. See whether you not sell that coffee and people like your product, compared to taking it in a supermarket and it's going to take 3 months without buying that cup of coffee, and when they buy it they will say, I know this coffee is bad. Yet in actual sense your coffee is good. So just utilize those spaces, utilize the information that you get here on the coffee break, at least to make better decisions when you're dealing with coffee.
Interesting. I'm you're a barista and you've been doing this for a while. You're also a trainer. And one of the issues we've had, actually some guys have talked about it on the show, is that most baristas have, I like to say, half knowledge. Okay, they only know their part as far as comes to the station. I can make a cappuccino, I can make a latte, I can make an espresso, I can talk to, you know, have a good relationship with my customers and my boss, and that is mostly where their knowledge stops. Okay, that brings into question, okay, what are we doing in these coffee schools? Because for someone to totally understand what coffee is, all right, they have to get a complete understanding. And to understand what coffee is in Uganda, you have to understand coffee from the past, okay, what has been happening, what are the different developments, what are the different organizations doing, okay, what kind of research. We had a guy called Owen who was on the show, said that he was doing a lot of research in coffee, okay, but you find that baristas actually don't know this information, okay. So you as a barista, okay, what can we do to make sure that baristas don't have only on-station knowledge, but have a wholesome kind of knowledge when it comes to coffee, especially in Uganda?
Let me ask you a question. Just a brief one. Did you, when you went to school, to a journalism school, did they tell you how to interact with me, to say the exact words you're saying to me right now?
No, they didn't tell us the exact words, but there's a structure.
Okay. So my point is, in coffee schools, they're going to give you basics. They're going to show you how something is done. Then it's your initiative to go down the road of research, curiosity, and get to know these things. Because the 3 months or the 2 months you're at that coffee school, you're not going to exhaust everything. Never. Never. You just have to be so much self-oriented that you're going to make research, read about things, ask questions, and learn. That's how you're going to know this information. Because in coffee schools, like you said, they teach them how to be, okay, like you said that baristas know how to make a cappuccino, just interact with maybe a certain dealer has come on station, they interact with him, and that's all. And then they go back home. But they have forgotten that they have to read about, okay, why am I using this cup of coffee, or 250 mils of cup of coffee, or 180 mils of cup of coffee? You know, Why is it that I have to hold coffee a certain way? Why is it that when a customer comes to me, I have to leave what I'm doing somehow and I first give them attention?
Yeah.
You know, then we can go back to it if at all, you know, they want to stay for longer as we interact.
Yeah.
Such things. So when you rely on only on the information that you got from schools, Muluganda wagamba nkusasidde. Yeah. So that's it. You just have to make more research on your own so that you get to learn more things. Then compare and contrast them.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Ask questions for people who taught you or people who are above you. Because even me, there's a certain lady called Millie. I tend to ask her. She's a coffee genius. She's a lady. I tend to ask her a lot of questions. I bug her with questions. And sometimes she's like, but Amon, I can't believe you didn't know this. But there's the fact, I didn't. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
So she just assumes that I knew, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
So that's one way. You just don't have to assume that you know everything. No.
Yeah.
You don't know everything.
Yeah.
You just have to ask. For example, if you went to a certain school, the teacher or the tutor who taught you has a lot of information. But the way of disseminating this information to your small head of yours, because it's a lot of information, they can't put it into your head at one day or in two days or 3 months. No. So as you work on stations or in the company you're in, get time, visit this guy. Say, okay, you know what, Diallo, I learned about this. How is it like? How best can I do it? They say here that you have to put maybe 70 mils to get this amount of coffee as a result or yield. Is it true? Then this guy can give you his perception. Then you can go back and read.
Yeah.
Then if you find something that backs his perception, take that.
Yeah.
That's how you get to increase on the information.
Yeah, interesting.
As a barista.
Someone said that, you know, there is what we call YouTube University.
As a way, YouTube University is only used by the people who understand it. Because when you go to YouTube University, there's a lot of information there. I can wake up one day, I go on YouTube, I bring my camera here, I look into that camera, I start saying whatever I want. I don't care whether it's true or false. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, only wise ones want to go to YouTube University.
Well, if you've just tuned into the show, we're talking to Amon about, you know, the different part that the different stakeholders play when it comes to this coffee game, the coffee value chain. We've talked about the baristas, we've also talked about the farmers, we've talked about the supermarkets, which tend to push our coffee down in the shelves, and by the time we have an experience with it, it's really not that good. We have talked about how to promote, how to market the coffee using our different social media websites. If you can start your own website, that's a really good thing, to be a good plus for you. But if you're looking for ideas, you're looking for, you know, different perspectives on what to do with your business, if you want to get into the coffee business, this is the best show for you. We're coming towards the end of the show, but before we get there, just a couple of more things. We've talked about the baristas, okay? I think one of the areas we really never touch about are the CEOs, okay? These people who open up the coffee shops. Some actually. I
remember we touched about them.
Yeah, we touched about that. And knowing that now they have been in a hard spot. They haven't been making money. But now you get the good news that, you know what, we're opening in January. Okay? And your mind starts running to, I need to make money from my coffee shop. Okay? It's good that some of these guys are actually baristas or roasters, but some are just businessmen. Okay? For them, they know, I'm going to put a coffee shop, I'm going to make money. Okay? So what part do they play? Because if I'm just concerned about making money, I won't really care about, you know, what happens in the shop. I'll leave it to the head barista. I don't really care what happens, you know, with the farmer. All I know is that my coffee needs to get here at a certain time. Okay? So what's the part that the CEOs play?
When you literally bring it down, it's the same part that UCDA has to play, generally in the coffee industry.
Yeah.
So CEOs have to be able to provide what the specialists are saying. For example, if you have a company of coffee or cocktail, you're in a coffee business, do you have a structure of advisors? People who advise you on how best you're supposed to do things. For you, yes, you're there to make final decisions, giving money and make money.
Yeah.
But do you have people who know what you want and can be able to put it into action?
Yeah.
That's the one thing. So if you don't have that, it's going to be really, really hard for you next year.
Yeah.
Because you find yourself, you're struggling to make ends meet, but you're not. That's why, by the way, you saw various coffee shops that opened up 2019, closed 2021. 2020. Yeah. 2020, 2021 they're closing.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have structures. And those that had structures are still standing.
Yeah.
Take an example. Enduro Coffee. It has structures, it's still standing.
Yeah.
Cafe Pub, it has structures,
Yeah.
it's still standing. Cafe Javas, okay, some people say it's not a cafe, it's a restaurant. Yes, but it has structures, it is still standing. Okay? New Cafe, it has structures, it's still standing. All those coffee shops, all coffee businesses that existed, created structures that help them in states like these ones. So for CEOs, what I have to advise you is, one, please get structures that will help you in sometimes that difficult decisions have to be taken, because you won't make a certain decision without consulting this person who's in the farms, down in the farms with farmers. How is coffee that side? Because now I was getting certain information that coffee in Elgon region is becoming scarce these days.
Yeah.
And I quite believe or suspect that in the coming years, like 2 or 3 years, coffee is going to be more expensive. Because now, the fact that now it's becoming scarce, you know, Elgon region is one of the areas that give us most of the coffee, then Rwenzori, then Central. So that's Western or Rwenzori. So when we have different people in different departments who are seniors, specialists, they know what to do. For you just here, a CEO, of course, for a certain company, you're seated somewhere in your office. You're just waiting for a certain Diallo to come, Emma to come with different ideas and different suggestions, and then in your wise mind, you see, okay, this is a good suggestion, I can go with this. That's how you're going to survive. But otherwise, instead of you coming to maybe a coffee shop and you see paper all over your coffee shop, you're like, okay, business is booming, business is booming. But at the end of it all, after 3 months of opening up, or 5 months, people will be nowhere. Maybe because coffee is bad, maybe because the surface is bad, maybe because the infrastructure is bad. So all such things have to be put into consideration. Yeah.
Well, our time is fast spent. I know that we can talk, you know, we can talk, you know, forever about coffee. But thank you for coming onto the show. And just before we leave, okay, what are your next plans when you get out of here? I know it's a weekend, you know, are you going back to the coffee shop?
No.
Probably you have a date we don't know about. See you looking all fresh, you know.
No, I'm just going to have a GNN shoot because I have someone to host. 2 p.m. So yeah, I'll be hosting him, shoot an interview with him.
Okay.
Then that I'll go and watch a football match. Man United.
Yeah, Man U supporter.
Man U supporter. Now these days we have the best coach around.
Well, we'll end that show right here.
But it's good. It's good that I'm back on the show. I've been missing these conversations. I know we've been trying to get in touch and have this conversation. But it's good that we've had it, and it's good.
Well, I'd like to say welcome back.
Thank you.
It's good to have you back. For those of you who have been thinking of where the Messiah is, well, he's back, and it's a good thing that he has come back to the show. Maybe next weekend he'll be the one, you know, hosting the show with whoever we'll be having in the studio. But thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for staying with us on the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. I know you must have heard Amon saying the statement, a certain Diallo. Well, that certain Diallo is the one who makes us look good on the cameras. He's the one who does everything in the studio. And we'd like to say thank you to him. Thank you to Isma, who's there also on the switcher, you know, making sure that, you know, he shows you one side and the other side also. And basically, they're the guys who make things work here. And to the whole crew, basically, we just want to say thank you to you guys. Remember, you can always comment. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitter, HTV1. Make sure to comment, like, let us know if you have any questions. But until next time, have a great day. Grab a cup of Ugandan coffee, not other coffee, Ugandan coffee. We'll see you next time.
So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There is that gap of supply. There is that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can, like, at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in in the pocket, or to save on the account.
What does it mean to be a community artist? What does it mean to to work within a community whereby you are all in the same boat, but maybe no, what did they say? You're in the same storm, but in different boats. Yeah. So so I think here for me, if you are working for a community, there are certain things that you have to do for the sake of the community, and where you're not expecting to earn from. And if you're working for yourself, it doesn't mean that if you're working for yourself, you don't work for the community, or when you're working for the community, you don't work for yourself. So I think there is a need for a differentiation here in terms of like, what do I do for my community and what do I do for myself? Because at the end of the day, you need to survive. You need revenue. You need to pay your bills or support your mom as well with your siblings. So I think
you are doing that because you want to earn.
Exactly.
So that you can improve onto your life, so that you can, like you said.
So for me, I think the advice would be like, what is the relationship between your community work and the work and your business? You know, if you think your community work is your business, then you have to have a model that is going to work to help you to earn from that community work. But then it ceases to be community and it becomes your business. You get what I mean? So when we work for our communities in the arts community, we work for them. We actually invest in them, you know, and then for us to survive as individuals, we have to find other alternative sources of revenue. And that's where I think Abdul has to think around and say, okay, my graffiti, my community education, my art, my area is where I feed my community with my skill and time and investment. But for me as a person, I need to find my own business revenue.
So in other words, Faisal, what you're saying is that what we're seeing are being put on the screen. The
public art.
So for example, Abdul, what Faisal is saying, that you can sell that art piece. So that should be in somebody's office. That should be in my office. That should be in Faisal's office. That should be in my sitting room. It reminds me that this work is painted by a community, by Abdul in this community, and I have it in my home.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and she would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
Conquering lion, liveth here. For the way I walk, the giant I lead my way. See, I know you've been searching your entire life. You've been wanting. Love that's so real, love that's so true. We'll search no more, 'cause once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, it's deeper than the sea, goes farther than only eyes can see. Indeed, the mystery, but it's from His Majesty. It's true. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, no greater love than this, than that a man will lay his life for we. It beats my understanding. Oh, what a joy it brings to my heart. Your love is kind. Once you seek, you find. Faithful to love, mystical and divine. Unconditional, yet provisional. Your love is so royal, yes. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, see, I know you've been searching your entire life. You've been wanting a love that's so real, love that's so true. We'll search no more, 'cause once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
COVID was not expected by many people early last year, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, probably distanced themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. Some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally, you know. But the situation changed rapidly, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa, it came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it says, You and the Law. It's a program that seeks to explain the law to people in this country, demystify the different concepts of the law, make people understand what the law is, how it affects their lives, and really to ensure that we keep ourselves on the safe side of the law. Because as you all know, ignorance of the law has never been and will never be a defense. So whether you're a teacher, whether you're a border rider, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a farmer, anything that you could be in your life, the law affects every aspect of our lives. So that's why we have this program to basically enable people to understand the law in its different formations and how it impacts on our lives. Today, we have a very interesting guest with us who will be helping us understand a couple of things about this program and the ideas that we are flaunting for you, the viewers of House of Talent Television. Our guest is a very outstanding and fairly young lawyer. He's a law lecturer. He's practiced law for the last 8+ years. He's taught law in different universities. He's been in leadership in this country, and he's best suited to steer this conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the one and only Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the nice introduction.
You know, in House of Talent, we always have to do the fist bump and we spread the love. Yeah, it's just our way of, you know, trying to survive in these COVID times, because we're told that we can't be, you know, touching ourselves and stuff like that. Yes. So, Emma, I know that you do so many things in this country. You teach law, you practice law, you run a startup. So I thought perhaps we could start by having, you know, a sneak peek into the work that you do, you know, as a lawyer, as an innovator, just to set the ball rolling for us.
Yes. Thank you so much. Well, I do all the things that you have mentioned.
Yeah.
Been a lawyer for quite a while now, since 2014. Oh. So quite knowledgeable about the law now.
You're no longer a young lawyer?
No longer a young lawyer. I'm off that bracket.
Okay.
But of course, always willing to learn and contribute to the society in different ways, like you've stated. And so that includes also, as part of the pro bono work, to uplift people's understanding of the law, teach them what the law is, and this has been appreciated, in different quarters in this country. For example, last year, our organization, that is Legal Hub Uganda, won this LACON award. LACON, that's the Legal Aid Innovations Conference.
Oh yes,
Yeah, so we're the best. That was in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the work is much appreciated now.
You mentioned Legal Hub. I thought maybe you could spend a little bit of time to, understand, explain to us what Legal Hub is all about. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Legal Hub Uganda is a non-governmental organization.
Okay.
This organization was conceived as an idea around 2017 and registered as a company limited by guarantee. And we went on to register as a non-governmental organization in 2019. So since then, we have been contributing to this country in different ways, using the radios, visiting schools, going into the community in different ways. We have, for example, utilized radio stations in this country, several of them, and I believe people across this country have heard about Legal Hub Uganda and what we have been doing.
Yeah, I know that you also have a little bit of interest in innovations as an organization. Could you sort of try to shine a light on a couple of innovations that Legal Hub has been pushing across the country?
Yes, thank you. So one of our biggest innovations, to date has been the legal podcast.
Yeah.
So if you're very common on Facebook, on different platforms, you're able to see that we're doing a legal podcast. I believe we're the pioneer podcasters in this country, at least in the legal sense.
Okay.
So this podcast has been recognized by The Hill. The Hill is the Hague Institute, for innovations of law.
Yes,
So we competed, and we came out as the best innovators in 2019.
Okay.
And as a result, we also represented Uganda. We're among the 3 that represented Uganda at The Hague. That's in the Netherlands.
Very important milestones that you raised.
Exactly. So we're able to compete with the world, to showcase the world what we are all about, and things like that. And of course, we have kept the podcast running with support from different quarters of this world. So that's why I was saying earlier that we have been able to even win the LACON award.
Yeah, which is very big, especially for the country.
Yes,
because it's
so
a national sort of system.
Exactly, and of course, every day we continue to innovate ways that we can reach, different people in this country. And our major interest is the last mile in this country.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps us, moving forward to ensure that the last person in this country understands the law.
Until we take the law to the last mile.
Exactly.
So that brings me sort of to this question around then you and the law, because clearly it seems to be a contribution to your mandate of taking to the law to the last mile.
Yes.
So you and the law, as a program that we're designing in partnership with the House of Talent Television, could you just sort of give us an idea what it's all about?
Yes, thank you. So again, because of our innovativeness, right? We have been able to be recognized by different people. And recently, we were one of the winners, under the I4C challenge. That's Innovation for Change, So under that project, one of the things that we thought of was to bring the law to the TV audience, in this country. And again, I believe this is also pioneering in different ways, because Other people simply discuss the law from the surface,
Yeah.
you know. So we want to unpack the law, you know, to the TV audience, because I believe the radio will be focusing more on the people in the last mile, you know.
Yeah.
But
the TV audience is a bit,
so if you come to Kampala, you realize that the majority of the people only listen to the radio in the morning when they're driving to work, you know, and the evening when they're driving back home. And you know, at that point, someone is a bit anxious, you know, going to work and coming back. So they basically want to listen to music, you know. So we want to see how we can take this television to their offices, you know, to their homes, at their own convenience, you know. So that's why this project comes up, you know. And so we have designed a number of projects, I mean a number of topics that we want to handle under this. So there'll be a COVID edition, you know, but generally we'll be discussing other aspects of the law like you had rightly introduced.
Yeah. So I thought perhaps, I know you've sort of given us a sneak peek into the future, but I thought we could maybe start by revisiting, you mentioned COVID.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, why is it important to actually have a conversation around, you know, COVID and the law? Because this is you and the law, and then suddenly you're talking about, you know, COVID. Someone can, you know, COVID is a medical issue. Why are we discussing it in you and the law? You should be telling us about theft, you should be telling us about murder and things like that. So could you sort of try to give us that intersection?
Yes. Now that's a good question. First of all, COVID was not expected by many people early last year, you know, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, you know, probably distanced themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. You know, some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally, you know. But the situation changed rapidly, you know, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa, it came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened, you know. The country was closed down. Among the first times that the president had addressed the country, you know, he reached a point where he closed the land, air, and all the borders basically in this country.
So basically,
so we're locked up. You couldn't
go
out.
No entrance, no exit.
Exactly. And alongside that, you know, they curtailed our movement at some point. They said stay home, you know. Workplaces were closed, you know. People were staying home, and you know that different kinds of problems occurred, you know. Husbands and wives are staying indoors for 24 hours. So you can expect that there'll be domestic violence.
I would expect them to bond.
On the contrary, no. Because then you're seeing, you're confined to this house for 24 hours. You're looking at each other. At least when you're working, you're able to go and cool off in case of any disagreements. So during that COVID period, and we're still of course in that period, there was a lot of domestic violence that was realized, for example. And that is a legal issue, you know. People had mental issues. You know, that's just a legal issue in some ways. You know, children stayed at home, and up to now as we speak, children are still at home, and so that means that their rights to, you know, to study, to education, which of course has its own technicalities, but you know that children are still at home and they are losing out so many months and years.
Then on Sundays and Fridays, people can't go to...
You can't go to church or to the mosque. That's also a legal issue, you know. In the first lockdown in 2020, you know, government had to step in and provide food, you know, because people were no longer working. You know, a majority of our people, especially here in Kampala, you know, they live hand to mouth. So these people go to town, they work their money, go home with a kavera. Those kaveras will no longer coming, you know.
A kavera is a polythene bag, just
exactly.
in case some viewers may not understand.
Yes. So that means that the right to, you know, to food, you know, was affected. You couldn't move. Your right to movement is affected. The government came up with regulations saying that, for example, you can't spit in public, you know, and indeed those regulations are still here. If you spit in public, you're committing an offense, you know.
I wonder how many people know that.
Exactly. So COVID has impacted life in ways that we didn't imagine, you know.
Basically, there's been a close fusion between COVID and the law.
Exactly. And it appears this situation is not likely to change even after we recover from the pandemic. Because in some places you've heard them talking about COVID passports, you know. In Europe, in South Africa, yesterday I was seeing they're trying to introduce a COVID passport. So that means if you want to go to the market, you should show that you've been vaccinated, you know. So what is the implication of that on your daily life?
We'll pick on from there because clearly I see that you've you've tried to marry, COVID-19 and the law. So we'll pick on from there after the short break. Stay right here. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No. You have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes. For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals. Oxygen should be there. Health workers should have gloves. Teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today in studio, we hosting Mr. Emmanuel Elau, co-founder at Legal Hub Uganda, the practicing lawyer and a law lecturer, basically to discuss and explain to us this whole show that we're premiering here, You and the Law, specifically the COVID edition. Before we went for a break, Emma was explaining to us how the law is married into the whole COVID-19 pandemic and the different interventions that have been put in place. I thought, Emma, we could pick on from there. So before the break, you sort of tried to make that explanation. So could you kindly, in a more sort of detailed manner, highlight the various human rights that you think have been affected by COVID-19?
Yeah. Well, thank you. There have been different rights that have been affected. We're talking about the right to education. We're talking about the right of movement. We're talking about the right to health, which has also been highlighted because of our, infrastructure.
Yeah, our preparedness for...
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think we have also seen the right to life, to an extent also affected. People's rights to worship, people's rights to, to marry at some point, because when it was suspended.
Yeah, you couldn't do a ceremony.
Yes, you couldn't do much, I think the people's rights also to earn a living, generally, which could be connected with the right to own property. It could be, one could make an argument that has also been affected.
Economic rights that
economic rights,
severely affected.
Exactly.
So looking at the COVID edition of You and the Law that we're talking about today, what are the kind of topics that people should expect, the viewers of House of Talent Television should expect to be discussed on this show?
Okay, thank you. So, because of this whole idea, we have put together a couple of topics, 12 of them in particular, for purposes of this particular COVID edition.
So you just selected only 12?
12 topics, okay, particularly. So those topics are going to touch on the law and human rights in Uganda. So we'll basically have a guest telling us about the different laws, the different rights that have been affected, because we're talking about human rights.
Yeah, sort of a broader picture.
A broader discussion. So you can expect a very interesting discussion around that. Two, we'll be talking about COVID-19 and access to justice in Uganda, because we know already that even without COVID, a great majority of people in this country were even struggling to access justice, and this is no news, You've heard of people talking about case backlog, access to courts of law, access to lawyers, If you look at the infrastructure in this country in terms of legal aid, I mean, it's a bit poor, Everybody looks at Law Society, but Law Society only has 22 legal aid clinics across this country. But how many districts do we have?
100 and something.
Exactly. So even before Corona, there was a problem. But now we want to discuss post-Corona. What exactly
in Corona.
In Corona, actually.
Yes, yeah.
What exactly is going on?
I think that's interesting, actually, even noting the fact that courts were actually closed as well during the lockdown. And I remember, I think lawyers were not essential workers.
No, they were not.
Yeah, so with all the fancy suits, at a certain point, a wheelbarrow pusher was more important than you.
We were relegated to another, Of course, there was this whole thing that lawyers at some point were made essential. But you see, it was technical because it was only a few. You had to apply for a permit.
Yeah.
Each time you had a case. Yeah. But remember, if your client is arrested, because sometimes these things are not planned, considering how police operates. Yeah. If your client is arrested, you have to apply for a permit that could take you a day or two. Yeah. And then the law, on the other hand, says that
48 hours.
48 hours, and then your client as well is entitled to see a lawyer upon arrest. So that also was affecting.
So imagine a lawyer running all the way from Nigeria to Chira Road Police.
Exactly.
Because they don't have a permit. Okay, any other sort of areas of discussion that we'll focus on?
So another interesting topic is COVID-19, gender, and women's rights.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of gender
that
issues.
Sounds interesting already, yeah.
Exactly. There have been a lot of gender issues in this country as a result of this COVID. Domestic violence, women, beaten, and all sorts of things. And of course, we're not biasing this only to women. Of course, we're aware that there are some men who may have also fallen
victim.
Only that, of course, that the men fear to come out. So it will be a bit of a general discussion, though of course with some bit of focus on women specifically. Another topic of interest is COVID-19 property and land rights, because as you're aware, while everyone else was busy, with Corona things, some people were also busy scheming ways to evict them from their land, because courts were suspended, if a guy wants to take over your land or to break down your house, you have no recourse to a court of law.
Interestingly, there was actually a directive issued by the Ministry of Lands suspending any forms of evictions and stuff like that in that period.
Yes.
But I think this being Uganda, some people were able to,
of course,
to bypass.
So you find that whereas they put out all the things, sometimes they're well-intentioned, that we do not want people to be evicted. But there'll be someone out there, who can be able to...
Who can bypass.
Imagine if they can demolish a church in this country. So you can only imagine what they can't do
the country is locked down.
When the country is locked down and there's just a piece of paper saying that don't evict people, you know. So that's one such topic. And then also we have COVID-19 and its impact on employment and labor rights in Uganda. You know, this is a very serious discussion. You know, we have had people lose jobs. You know, we have had people with reduced salaries. You know,
salary cuts.
Salary cuts. You know, the teachers are out there. You know, they don't have jobs. Or even when they maintain their jobs on paper, the employers are telling them we can't pay you because children are at home.
Perhaps the other angle is that also we've had businesses closed down.
Businesses are also closing down.
Because it's always tempting to look at the employees only and forgetting that the employers are struggling.
Exactly. So we need to, so we'll be delving into the labor issues in this country. And then also, we'll be looking at the right to food, COVID-19, you know, and the right to food.
Yes, yes.
You know?
That's an interesting one because I remember in the first lockdown, people were like, you know, I'd rather die of COVID than die of hunger in my house. Yeah. So tell us about the right to food.
Yeah, so that topic will also be discussed. As we all know, it's one of the rights which is internationally recognized. So we need to delve and try to understand what that right entails, you know. Does it mean that the government should bring food and put on your table, you know, or government should create a conducive environment for you to be able to get food, you know? Like you've always had Paul saying that someone should be taught how to fish instead of being given what? Fish.
The only danger here is that the fish pond was closed because most of the earning places, you know, were shut down. But I think it will be an interesting discussion here to see, honestly, you know, like how this has been affected by COVID-19.
Exactly. Now, the other topic of discussion is going to be on civil liberties. You know, in this country.
Very big issue.
Very, very interesting as well because we need to know whether you still have a right to worship, you know. Well, at least you can worship via television or via radios. Well, maybe some people are comfortable with that, but I'm sure a number of people are also uncomfortable with it.
I know the Christians believe in fellowship, fellowshipping together. So
exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a case which has been filed at the Constitutional Court. You know, a group of pastors thinks that the continued locking of churches is unconstitutional, so they have gone to court. So that's one of the things, among other civil liberties, that we'll be talking about.
And again, talking about civil liberties, you know, these freedoms of expression and everything. Again, we've been struggling with this even before COVID.
Exactly.
So I think it will be interesting to see how COVID has, you know, either worsened or made the situation better.
Exactly, and you know, it got a bit confused with the politics at some stage.
Yeah, true.
And as you're aware, Facebook is still blocked in this country.
In this country,
And I don't think, I expect that you're not on Facebook.
and I think that sort of there's another interesting angle on the issue around civic space. Because I think we've also seen government of late, you know, taking interest in organizations that are doing work, you know, civil liberties. And I don't know if we can pull a connection between that and, and COVID-19.
Yes, so I believe that discussion is going to come up as well when that particular topic comes up.
Okay.
Yes. The other topic of interest is COVID-19 and the rights to health of people in this country.
I think that should be the first, actually. But okay, tell us about that,
Again, you've seen that there's been a bit of litigation around these issues in the past, even before COVID.
Yeah, we saw people paying millions, hundreds of millions, you know, because you have a patient here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want 5 million, you know, from you, you know, for you to be in ICU for a day. You know, how many people are going to be able to afford that, you know? And what is government doing, you know, to ensure that people should not be paying this much, you know? So we'll be discussing that topic as well.
I think that's interesting because, again, there have been arguments that, you know, there's been a lot of focus on COVID-19 and we're forgetting that malaria is still, you know, a top killer disease where people dealing with maternal health issues amid this COVID, and yet the government seems to be putting a lot of emphasis on COVID and neglecting the other issues we have in the country. Okay, this is another time, you know, to go for a break. You're watching You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hosting Advocate Emmanuel Elau to sort of unpack for us the COVID edition that we've been preparing for you in partnership with Legal Hub Uganda. So let's go for a break. We'll be right back. It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. Welcome. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and we're having Mr. Emmanuel Lau today, an advocate and law lecturer, to explain to us You and the Law and the intersection with COVID-19 in Uganda, which is a sort of a specific edition that House of Talent Television is going to be producing. So before we went for a break, you were highlighting on the topics that we're going to be discussing in this program. So I don't know if you still have some more to...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the other topic we'll be discussing is going to be COVID-19 and disability rights in Uganda. Yeah. Because you'll understand that the disabled people have also suffered in different ways. Yeah. You know, on a lighter note, I will highlight one particular issue. You know, when the president started giving those speeches of his, you know,
the weekly
updates, kind of. So what happens is, at first there wasn't an interpreter. I don't know whether there is one now. You know,
it's been a while.
Yes. So there was a complaint that even the president's speeches were, you know,
there was no sign language.
They were leaving those guys behind because so the president is speaking, but they're not getting the information that he's saying. But I think there were some arrangements at some point to have a sign language.
I think the TV stations managed to sort of have an interpreter.
Yeah. So even with or without, even before COVID, you know, disabled people already facing challenges in terms of accessing so many other rights that they deserve in this country. Yeah. So COVID has only spoiled the situation. So we expect that that discussion is going to be topical as well, delving deeper into the matters to do with their rights. Yeah. The other issue of interest is COVID-19 and children's rights in Uganda. Yeah. Because as you're aware, children have also borne the brunt of this, of this situation. Yeah. Talk about domestic violence, talk about the right to go to school.
I think when the police report, one of the reports showed an increase in defilement cases.
Defilement cases, you know, children are getting married off, you know, at a terrific speed. And a majority of them may never actually go back to school. Yeah. You know, issues to do with child labor have also come in because now parents have said, you're sitting at home, please come and work for us. So we need to understand that what are the rights of a child in the context
amidst pandemic.
Exactly. Yeah. Now the other issue is COVID-19 and the rule of law in Uganda. Yeah. The rule of law, very, very important, you know. Yeah. Because, you know, when the lockdown was announced, they unleashed LDUs onto the streets. And we all know
LDUs are the local defense unit. It's a paramilitary outfit.
Exactly.
In the country, yeah.
So I believe everyone has an experience, one or the other. Either you've been a victim, or your relatives have been victims, you know, or a neighbor somewhere.
No, I think the media did a good job, highlighting, them chasing traders from downtown Kampala. Yes. And, yeah.
So people have in different ways interacted with LDUs. In fact, now it is a joke in the public that if you delay somewhere and curfew gets you, LDUs will teach you what time curfew ends.
Yeah, but I think the other interesting angle, perhaps talking about rule of law, there's been a lot of legislation around COVID.
Yes.
So I think it would be sort of interesting to see how the various laws that have been put in place are also going to have affected our rights as,
Yes, exactly. And also the process that those laws took to come into force.
Yes.
Because you could see the president going on national television, and coming up with all these kind of laws or rules or regulations of sorts, but with no legal backing. So you'd wake up the following that now the Minister of Health, who is mandated anyway, has come up with a statutory instrument. So those issues also need to be...
One of the, I think, for me, the most interesting thing was seeing if you interact with a police officer, they will tell you they were enforcing the presidential directives.
Exactly.
And some of us used to sort of tease them and say, you don't enforce that. There should be law. Yes, I think very interesting area. Yeah.
Yeah. So that issue will be discussed ably. Yeah. And then the last issue of interest is COVID-19 and education in Uganda. That will be the last topic. But as you know, it's also a very, very important area because as we speak today, children are still at home, You have kids now who are 8 years, probably 7, but they have not stepped in nursery school yet.
They've started P1 for 3 years.
For 3 years, you know. You have people who have been in campus for probably 2 to 3 years, you know, who should have finished, you know. So we need to be also discussing those issues to do with the education. But of course, again, when we talk about education, we need to understand it from the context of the law, you know, because it is not an absolute right. It can only be enforced up to a certain age, you know. If you're above 18, for example, can you demand to study from your parents, you know? So all those are things that will be discussed when we get into that topic. So basically those are the topics.
I think I like the education bit, especially when you mention the fact that, you know, children were left at home, but then the whole inequality in the education system is also going, perhaps something that needs to be exposed, because then I know there are those that were studying online.
Yes.
But I imagine my people in Bukedia, clearly, I think online is not even an option to, you know, to explore. Yeah. It will be a good angle to also spin it from, you know, that, from a rights, you know, angle.
Exactly.
Okay, so Emma, this seems to be like a well, you know, thought out, you know, package. I know there are so many human rights issues that COVID-19 raises, perhaps beyond even the 12 topics that you highlighted here. In future, perhaps we'll get another chance to have a more detailed explanation on the other angles of COVID-19. So, talking about the COVID edition of You and the Law and the interesting topics you've highlighted. So, who basically, you don't have to like drop the names, but I'm just wondering, so who are the guys going to be discussing this? Because clearly, it seems to be a, sort of a rich, you clearly need a rich lineup of people to able to explore this. What have you, you know, done about this?
Exactly. So we're sort of putting up a team of different experts in the different areas of the law, you know. So some of them, you might know their faces, you know, some of them might be people who are working in the background but contributing seriously in issues to do with justice, rule of law and the like in this country. So the topics will be assigned based on the areas of expertise of the different people. So just keep your fingers...
so where are they drawn from? Because is it private park, is it academia, is it, I don't know.
Well, they're drawn from different sectors. You know, we have civil society actors, you know, who will be coming in. We have private lawyers who will be coming in, some of the prominent lawyers in this country coming to discuss the different topics. We have people from academia who will also be coming in. We also have people from the NGO sector. Well, they will be lawyers, but with a background of the NGO sector.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is going to give a different mix to this.
It's sort of, perspective.
Yeah. So you shouldn't expect that one person is going to sit here and discuss all these different topics, because there will be different people.
Okay. So as we come to the end of this, I thought maybe you could just give us a sneak peek into the show. So talking about how is it sort of structured? What are the issues that we're looking out? Of course, we know we're talking about COVID, the law and human rights. That's the overall, but like, how is this structured so that we're able to have a meaningful, you know, conversation or an impactful discussion around this? Yeah.
Well, thank you. So, each of these topics is going to be packaged, you know, in almost a similar manner, you know. So we'll be starting with the foundational issues for starters, you know. If we say we're going to discuss the rights of children in this country, you know, we do not want to attack it at a higher level. We want to start by making you to understand that who is a child, you know, what are their general rights, you know, or what are they entitled to as children, you know, before we come to discussing how COVID has impacted on them, right?
You need to first understand what their rights are.
The very basics. So we want to demystify the law, essentially.
Oh, so basically you're living to the title, You and the Law.
Yes. So we want to bring the law down to the common man, you know. We want, if a border like you had earlier on stated, listens or watches us on this program, you know, to be able to associate, you know, with the issues which are being discussed at his own level. Because I think the temptation for many people in the past when they discuss legal topics is to be, you know, pompous with the words, you know, which therefore ends up alienating
certain,
actually a great majority of those who should be, you know, benefiting from this. So the only persons who will be understanding are probably lawyers or educated people who have the ability to pay a lawyer anyway. So we want to to take it down.
Okay.
So that will be the foundational issues. Okay. Now, next we'll be talking about marrying those foundational issues to the COVID experience. Yeah. You know, how has COVID impacted? If children have these rights, how have they been impacted on by COVID? You know. Okay. So after talking about the COVID experience and relating to the different rights,
so sort of pulling that connection.
Exactly. So after that, we'll be talking about we'll be looking to the future. You know, what is it going to be like after COVID? You know, because for sure there are certain things which are not going to come back to normal. You know, different places are going to be left in a different way. Different people's lives have been impacted forever. Yeah. So we need to look into the future. You know, issues like, do we need a COVID passport, for example? You know, must you be forced to vaccinate so that you can access a COVID passport to fly out of this country? You know, so those will be the different.
But I also think more importantly, perhaps, would be to reflect on if we got another COVID or a similar pandemic 5 years down the road, how do we prepare? I think there will be a lot of focus also on the lessons that we can pick from
exactly.
Because I think the interesting bit, I remember when COVID just came, they said, you know, Uganda has had a good history of handling similar situation. We had Ebola, we had, I think, SARS, and they said, you know, countries were benchmarking on Uganda. Yeah, so I think it would be interesting also to focus on what we can learn from our experience now and yes, how that can influence our preparedness. So we talk about human rights, Emma, generally. But I know that in the human rights spaces, there's a discussion around rights holders and duty bearers. And so I thought that, so normally they talk about duty bearers to be sort of the government side of things. So I'm wondering, at a broader level, what would we talk about as government's role, or in as far as the enforcement of human rights, even amidst pandemics like this? Yeah.
So I think there are three issues that should arise around that. You know, there's an issue to do with the respect. You know, there's an issue to do with protection. You know, and then fulfillment of those rights. So you know, Uganda is lauded across the world because we have some of the best laws in this country.
So it is said.
Yes, or at least it's said. You know, we have a very good constitution. Of course, some parts may be a bit controversial, which we may not go into, but our laws are good to an extent. The other issue, which is failing us, is about the enforcement of those laws and those rights and respect of the same. You know, because now if you have a right if you have civil liberties guaranteed, you know, do you have someone else who is willing to respect, to protect, you know, the same? The other day, I believe most of you saw videos of a chief magistrate in Imoroto, who was manhandled at a police station. But I mean, this is part of the process to enforce these rights.
It's part of the justice system.
Yes, in this country. So probably has gotten firsthand what a majority of other people are doing. What?
Go through.
Yeah. You know, so all the things are somehow connected one or the other.
So Emma, thank you. As we come to the end of this show, what are like your parting shots now? What's your message for the viewers? You could look into the camera, you know, tell the viewers, you know, what to expect and stuff like that as you wrap this up.
Yes, thank you. So viewers, there's a lot to learn, you know, through this particular project. You know, we need you to find time, listen in, and learn the different aspects of the law, because the people who are going to break down these issues of the law are experts in their different fields, and you can expect to enrich, you know, your mind. You know, like they say, some people go elsewhere to enrich their bodies, you know, grow big and all that, but you should utilize this moment to grow your mind, you know, because like the host said earlier, ignorance of the law is no defense. So I hope that after this program, or after these shows that are coming along, you'll be able to know that ignorance of the law is no defense, and you'll be better prepared to fight for your own rights. Thank you so much.
What a way to wrap it up. With this, viewers, we come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law. Like I said, this program is there for you. It's there to make you understand the law in its most basic form and how it affects your life. So I urge you to watch House of Talent Television and and follow this program and learn the law, and give us feedback on the comment section. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you want us to discuss, because this program is bigger than COVID-19. We have a lot lined up outside this edition which focus on COVID-19. So with that, we come to the end of today's episode. It's a bye from us.
Akasera kazibu na akanyeba kabula laba akasera kazibu na akamwenyo kabula twafuuka bazibu nnyo oba mbeera oba mulembe tunyigiriza omunafu n'omunaku tetukyafa ne ku bannaffe Mukama tukusaba otereze ebiro byaffe Mukama leero ebiro byaffe ulaba njagala onjigirize okwagala kuba obutagala buzikiriza mwekubemu mu mitima wakoma ddigwe kufa koya kulinanye mwekubemu mu mitima wakoma ddigwe kufa koya atalina ebiro byaffe Mukama leero ebiro byaffe Mukama leero ebiro byaffe njagala ndabe ensi yange nga tuli bawufu nga twagalana era ndabe abantu bange nga tukolagana ebiro byaffe ebiro bino Sometimes I feel like I should walk away, this not the way. But yet I can't remember how far I've come, can give it now. Remember how far you've come, and just how far you have to go. Oh, lay your troubles down, lay it all down, lay it all down, lay your burdens down, lay it all down. See the way it's not the way it's always gonna be. You were made to overcome. You were made to win. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. 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 It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. See the way it's not the way it's gonna be. Yes, it's tough, it hurts. Sometimes you feel like this is all it is. But rejoice, and again, I say rejoice. You're gonna make it through. You're gonna make it through. You're gonna make it through. Remember how far you've come. As far you come. Just how far you have to go. It's not the way it's always gonna be. You were made to overcome. You were made to win. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. 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 It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright.
When I look into the past and see how I've come, I see the power of God out of work with this man. They used to look down on me, many didn't even like me. I used to be the very shame of the day. Now look at this man to see what I see. I see a blessing, that's what I see. I count my blessings, so many like the sea. That's why you tell it's gonna be alright at this.
It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. 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 It's gonna be 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 alright. 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 It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is
very important.
The most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
But first of all, if you're passionate about what you're going to do, I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reached at work. You know, you have to be confident when you're doing something. Even if it's wrong, in our industry, you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it. So my first cup to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. I would not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain why. So that's how I started. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn. It's your area. Wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring me a coffee.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the coffee break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. You know, Charles telling us about his first experience, and you're supposed to make a certain cup of coffee, which he did not do, but these are the different experiences that we have. So if you're a barista and it's your first day of the job, relax. You got this. Have some confidence. We have you here at the coffee break, and we're going to take a break right now. But when we return, we still have that part of we're going to brew a cup of coffee, which I believe is going to be very tasty. And we'll also be talking about how can we set up a successful coffee business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This is the coffee break on House of Talent Television.
First and foremost, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm really humbled, and I'm blessed to be here. Surely. Talking about basketball, personally, my journey of basketball started from far, very far. That was in high school, and in a situation whereby we did not have enough exposure. We didn't have coaches. We didn't have the facilities like we do have them right now. I'm saying this like there are so many years ago, there are not so many. That was about, I began knowing basketball in 2007. That was at KPC when I was in P7 vacation. That is end of 2007 actually, that KPC North. That's when I first touched the basketball. Then 2008 when I joined Namibiango in Senior 1. I saw people playing. Actually, the people whom I saw there playing and inspired me were Sally of, he played for Chambogo Warriors, if you remember him.
The left-handed.
Yes. And Omongin. Omongin, last I saw him playing for City Oil. Those were the guys whom I found in Namibiango. I was in Senior 1. These guys were playing basketball at another level. And we would actually just go there to watch them. You know, for us by that time, they couldn't allow you to step on the basketball court that those guys are on, because they were senior 6s, you are a senior 1. You just the best you can do is watch. Other than that, you don't step there. But nonetheless, that's where I started. Beautifully, or I would say lucky for me, that when I was playing with those guys, once in a while when they could see me about midday one, when the sun is very hot, when they are still resting and waiting to come. So when we would go to court and, you know, try a few shots here and there, and then they would come and they meet us, they would see what we are doing, and, you know, they would identify talent. I don't know if I can use that one. So, you know, one or another, they identified my talent. They realized I could at least throw in the ball. At any sport. They would just give it to me. Although I was weak, I didn't know how to bounce. They only told me one thing: throw in the ball. And throwing in the ball gave me an opportunity to play with them. When I was in senior 1, senior 2, but still, of course, I still had people who didn't believe in me, and it was challenging.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership, you'd show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house, and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates, and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila, and this particular show today, we're talking to a young man from PG, the central part of Buganda, who is a fashion designer. Ras Kasozi, aka actually known as Charles Kasozi, is a Ugandan boy who is a fashion designer. And of course, you've had the first part of the show when we're talking to Kasozi about his background and how, you've been able to go across the world. Welcome back to the program, Kasozi. I know we talked about the background, and I like so far the story. It's very authentic, how it comes out, and how you got inspired into the fashion industry. The story with Wavamuno's daughter is quite a very amazing story right there, that somebody texts you and then you're able to realize, oh wait, I'm actually important. If Gloria Wavamuno is looking for it, means that there's certain value that she gives me which you are not giving to yourself. That in itself is a plus, going forward. Mr. Kasozi, would you tell us a little bit more about the journey from the local scene of fashion design here to the international stages that you've been able to go,
It's been quite challenging, but it takes self-confidence. Yes, from the start you need to know what you want. Like me, I've been an artist, like I'm born an artist, though not knowing which direction. I've tried all kind of art. Yes, and I always apply too much art in my fashion. Though as we grow, we meet different people and they tell you more about what you do. That's why I always say we need to be close to people who understand our vision. Yes, people who can support what we do. For example, for my first international platform, by then I was working with Babaluku, you know, Bavubuka All Stars. Yes, I was part of it.
Yes.
And for him, is from this international scene. So he grabbed all my photos and applied unknowingly. Yes, because he knew I couldn't understand that. So he applied after. He told me, Akasazi, you have a passport? I said, yes. Then he chilled it. He told me, yeah, next month, you coming here. I couldn't believe that, of course. Yes, I know he was just encouraging me to work hard because I couldn't know that I deserve that or I can be part of that. Because I was even the first African to be to Vancouver Fashion Week. And Ugandan, you get coming from the ghettos. I was working from this corner. You get like a smaller place paying 50K a month. You get so that wasn't my platform. So like when it reached to 2 weeks after working on all the papers, they told me you go to Canadian consulate and ask for visa fee. There, I got that it was, I think it was a month before, I started to panic that it was serious. And with that month, I had to spend 2 months from Kenya processing the visa. You know, in our mindset, too many visa tebazigabaye. And with art, you work with motivation. So every time I could try to get a piece of paper to sketch, I could get nervous, think of a visa, you get, I failed. Till after the 2 weeks, I got my visa and I started sketching. I remember I did my sketches even from the bus as I was coming back from Kenya. When I reached home, I started sleepless nights, you get. I made my collection in two weeks. That was 48 pieces. One person.
Wow.
And a miracle happened to me. I had to fly 3 days before the fashion show. And I planned to finish on that exact day. So accidentally, I didn't know, I left here the same date. I spent 18 hours on the way and I reached the same hours I left here. You get so I advanced like
24 hours.
Yes. So I got that extra day. To finish my stuff. But that changed my mind so much because I reached to Vancouver and they always go through your work. If it doesn't reach that standard, you don't showcase. I was on a big panic. But models showed me that I've passed that. Models were grabbing, fighting for my pieces. I never even wait for
from the local stage in Uganda here. To now model fighting for you, and this was your biggest stage. How many stages have you been in Uganda before this opportunity to go to Vancouver by
then I think I'd done two. I'd showcased to Silk and Bayimba.
So first was Bayimba and then Silk.
Then my third was international.
Wow.
And on that show, I tend to be among the top 3 designers. And I was showcasing with Michael Kors, you know. So after that, people loved my collection so much, and I got another opportunity to showcase my collection again. I remember they were launching some electric car. Yes, they had produced. So I was their entertainer. So I loved the tour so much, and it changed my mindset because the love I got there, I never had it here. You get? So I was like, why my home people convincing me? You get? So I came back very tough with another mindset. You get? Fighting for myself.
I want to know from you, this is a very compelling story. If you're following the show, it's a creative industry talk right here on House of Talent Television. My name is Edio Killer, and Kasozi is in the studio, or Kasozi Charles, who is Ras Kasozi, is on the program, and of course we're talking about his journey to the national, from the national here, from the local stages in Uganda to the international platform in Vancouver, Canada, and that's a very fascinating story right there. Again, earlier on you talked about we need to surround ourselves with people who will inspire us. I want you to take us back. You are now in Canada. You have been, loved, and you came back with a different mindset altogether. Did you earn money, or money wasn't a biggest motivator at that point?
For them, it's automatic. It's the system. It's not about me. It's about the system. It's like however much you want to travel to Iganga without paying, the system is, they need your ticket in a bus, you get. So for them, they know the system, that fashion is a business. After showcase, for example, what happened to me after showcase, I thought, as usual in Uganda, after showcase, you pack your stuff in a suitcase, you go home. But for them, after showcasing, they had to announce my pop-up shop. They got a big shop. I got a day. They put everything they had aside and display my stuff. So people came and purchased everything, and I love the way they did it. They were asking me, like I had a manager that time. She was called Christine. She asked me how much this jacket, and then she had to teach me, now, in Canada, you can't sell something from the runway, $300. That's very cheap. Like expenses are here high, and also the platform, you get. So it helped me. She helped me to price.
Know the pricing.
She did that. So I gave her the authority to do everything for me. And people were even booking before. They were testing us. I'm coming for this jacket. I'm coming for this skirt. You get. So it was really, really nice, and I sold everything. When you're flying, you always have your shopping list. I had my budget here, sewing machine, camera, you get. I got everything I wanted.
And so you came back from one chance given to you by the one and only philosopher. We call him the hip hop philosopher, Baba Luko. You came back with this money back to Uganda, and you had everything you needed. Kasozi, let's talk about, how did you meet Baba Luko, by the way?
As a youth, I never had friends, like basically when I was growing, like, our mom used to try to tell us, like, as we poor, and it's okay. In this world, there are those rich people, and then poor people. You get. So for us, we are born that way. And we shouldn't be struggling for
things that are for rich people.
You get. So I was very satisfied with my life. And I used to spend a lot of my time from home, within the house. Doing the art, drawing, working with a machine. But accidentally, I went to Laba. No, there was a festival at Kololo. I don't remember the name. WAP used to be called WAP.
WAPI, WAPI by the British Council. Yes.
And I met these creative people, kids. Baba look had those kids rapping, painters, you get. And I said, I need to be part of this. So I met the team leader. Team leader told me, come to Machinje. He was there. So I went to Machinje. I met him. I think I used to go there every week. I went there for a month. And I was just doing nothing. Kids were rapping. Painters were doing painting. Me, I didn't know that I have even a talent. Till I said, I think this was going to chase me away. Every time I come, I just sit here. One day I said, I think let me try to make a jacket. I didn't know that's even important or what. Yes. I started to make I went to a window, I got a very cheap jacket and stitched his face here. Like I have the ability to do portraits using a sewing machine. When I reached to the...
You stitched Babaluko's face?
On a jacket I'd made.
Yes.
Everyone was very happy and amazed about what I did. So that's how I got also...
From the background of being there, just waiting.
I didn't know that...
Yes.
I know how to do repairs and making some small things, but didn't know that it was nice or what. So, you know, as a creative person, Babaluku, so he will come to me, now, you know, I've done this, you can do this, and everyone was coming, other youth. That's how even I got even my brand name from there. So we used to have someone doing graphics came and say, Kasozi, now, you can swear, and let me make for you a logo, you get, and I got a brand name. Rappers used to come and tell me, you got to make for me shorts and stuff, you get. So I got the love and to know that, yes, fashion is good, and now let me settle to this.
Wow. Well, if you're following the Creative Industry Talk anywhere across the world, Ed Yokila, Ras Kasozi here. We're talking about Ugandan fashion to the international fashion stage. What a story right there coming from Ras Kasozi. Charles Kasozi is his real name, as a Ugandan born, a Muganda by tribe, from the central part of Uganda. Your story is very fascinating, Kasozi. I'm enjoying the show with you today, and this is a very interesting creative industry talk. I want to just encourage everyone out there, go on there and share the story of Ras Kasozi far and wide, and make sure that there is so much. Give a big shout out to my brother from another mother, Baba Luko. This is like the coolest story I've heard from Baba today of changing the life of Mr. Ras Kasozi. Rasta, let's talk about this, learning from the international. You are now in Vancouver. You have learned something. Did you learn something from there? What did you pick from Vancouver when you came back to Uganda? You were able to say, you know what? I've learned this. I want to do A, B, C, D. And so my question to you is, did you learn from the international fashion stages? And what were the challenges that when you came back, you were able to fix?
Basically, I was different. I think by the time I came back, my name was everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. So by the time I landed here, I had to do so many interviews, and I never had experience into that. So my life started to change a bit, and I don't like the celebrity life. You get email life.
Because you were told you were poor, you should stay this side. Now you are being
you have to dress this, do this. And it's not my thing, you get. So I love to keep a low profile, but I got to know the value of fashion because they took me around so many shops and so many designers, international designers. Everything was different. So I was like, why at home they're not doing this? So what came into my mind was to focus much on the international platform because I'm loved there more. And I have a lot of clients outside Uganda than
you are in Uganda.
Yes. So to me, I'm so much into developing youth's talent in Uganda and getting money from outside. Yes. So I learned that in Uganda, maybe fashion is still starting, it's still young, yes. The way we take fashion is not the way it's taken outside there. It's a big business, and here it's about talent. You get? The same thing I've told you about fashion shows here. Fashion shows are about entertaining. You like perform. But outside there, every year, brands come up with trend and they have to launch them. After launching them, they sell the copies.
And that becomes what we wear as fashion in the world, all across the world. I mean, Kasozi, that's a very interesting learning. Did you face any challenges along the way?
I was super excited. I think I was young and people loved me so much. So I was just saving, learning everything. Yes. Yeah, just I remember I used to tell them, like they used to make joke out of me. I never wanted to drink water. Like they know for them water is life. Yeah. And with me, I used to know I take water because I'm poor. Yeah. Now I'm in Canada, I don't take water. I totally refuse to take water. And they were making fun of me.
Wow, yeah. wow.
But the biggest challenge was, how do you leave Canada and come back to Uganda? You get, whereby now you have learned, and what you have learned doesn't work back home. You get, so it's two ways: you leave it, or you challenge yourself. You get, so now we're having the internet. Yeah, so I live here, but try to make sure I'm connected to the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, Kasozi, first of all, for that moment. And thank you very much, everybody who's watching the show from all across the world. Thank you for being part of the Creative Industry Talk, growing bigger and better. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, Kasozi will tell us a little bit more about the new program he's doing called the Seed Program, which video we're actually going to play right now. And of course, what are the advice that he can give to the young people who have not been able to, get opportunity like him, or who are looking for such opportunity like, Baba Luko gave to Kasozi to go across the world. But also, we would want to know from him, which other stages has he been to since, the Vancouver, experience and the collaboration that have been happening. Stay right there. Creative Industry Talk. We'll be right back after this break.
I joined Seed Show to gain exposure, to become international. I feel through this, I'm going to be normal.
Cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. Cause you're a sky full of stars. Cause you light up the path. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do.
itaranto hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe umwamuhita arane eshanu undi amuha ebyiri undi amuhita arane imwe itagiriye kabiri maze umutwara arazinduka maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za carano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza agenzura amesha hano uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo agenzuramo ebyiri maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo ayishamo ya tarano aratinyuka arayitabaye nuko imetsi irahitindi irataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbekurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wa wundi wahawe itaranto imwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itaranto narayitavye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe esi ntiwari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasangaho inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itaranto 10 igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese igufasha abakene gusura abarwayi, ibikorwa by'urukundo, gushigikirana, imirimo myiza, igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho. Itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza, igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye. Itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza, igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye.